Sorry, didn't see you there. I was just doing some games. Fact. I should probably do some more. Yeah. There we go. Hey everyone. I honestly forgot how to get these, so thanks Aqua for reminding me where to get these. I got them now. It's fine. I can squat now. It's fine. Anyway, let's start. Let's continue Return to Ivalice. We're almost there. But for now, we've got a cute little wolf pup. He was bred to serve as a werewolf in the Imperial Garlian army, but this pup was rescued before any permanent damage could be done to its playful spirit. He will follow you to the end of the world and back, as long as you toss him an occasional biscuit. I've got no words to mince with whelps, unless you're here to become a wolf. Curious Gorge. I wonder who Curious Gorge, the curious little Rogadin, might be. We'll have to find out someday. But while I wait for my friends to come and hang out, I thought I could do some stuff in here and talk with some of the things that we missed before we continue on with the story. Especially with all of Mikoto talking about, do you want to talk to me and ask me any questions? And I keep ignoring her, so now we can do it. Anyway, this guy is going really fast. I don't know if I could beat him in a minute. Oh man, I'll never get the blonde wig at this rate. No! How am I gonna look beautiful like Cloud? This is impossible. Oh man, I'm doomed. Unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? I owe you an apology, Calosa. Long have I trained that I might bring it to the stage a vision of unadorned masculinity. Yet when granted an opportunity to step out into the greatest stage of all, to join you on your noble expedition, I dart for the shadows like a terror-stricken titmouse. Is there aught I might do to cleanse my soul of this shame? I know, I shall train. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Well, you try that out. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Ah, Calosa, might I ask you your advice? Curiosity finally got the better of me, and I descended into Kugane to study the dance of the Geiko. It was while I was taking a cup of tea that a young man approached me. He claimed that he had never before seen someone so beautiful and asked if I would give him a link pearl. As an actress, I learned early in my career how to deal with insistent admirers, but this seemed different somehow. Still, I was not about to take any chances, so I bid him a polite farewell and returned to the Prima Vista. Yet now the shuttle pilot tells me the man comes to the docks every morning on the off chance that I might descend once more into the city. What am I to do, Calosa? Is he the same as all the rest, or might his intentions be noble? Ah! All this spreading is wreaking havoc with my routine.
Well, good luck, lady. Wow, why don't we have this as an emote? Because I know exactly how it will be used.
Since our last chat, I've been thinking. The Garlian Republic, now the Garlian Empire, was originally established by 7 tribes, one of which now appears to have been the remnants of a people who, thousands of summers past, migrated from a city thought only to be a legend. Well, if we Garlians descended from the Gaugans, who did the Gaugans descend from? And who did those people descend from? And those people? If you go back far enough, do we arrive at a single tribe? A single person? They say this world will never be free of strife, but is that merely because we have lost sight of who we are and whence we came? Would you raise your sword to another if you knew he was your own flesh and blood?
That's a very interesting question, and something we should all consider. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Very well, I shall entertain the principal's notion that we Garlians are partially descended from the displaced inhabitants of that accursed island. It would explain how the Ivalician legend came to Ilsapod, whence our people's knowledge of automata originated, and even why we lack the knack for manipulating ether. But it would also make Ivalice our ancestral home, and the Empire all more justified in reclaiming it. This is no conquest, this is no invasion. It is a homecoming. A return to Ivalice.
Title drop! Oh, the dramaturge's wife isn't sitting on the table next to him.
About the Garlian occupation of Dalmasca. Did we talk about this? It's been almost 30 summers since the Empire's conquest of Dalmasca. Yes, it is new. The annexation coming some years before the invasions of both Alamigo and Doma. The campaign was led by Legatus Noah van Gabranth of the 4th Imperial Legion and waged over 6 bloody moons. It was the fall of the supposed impenetrable stronghold at Nalbina, with the loss of some 70,000 Dalmascan swords that ultimately turned the tide in the Empire's favor. When it was discovered that the list of casualties included both Prince Rossler and his twin sister Princess Ashelia, all fight left the embattled regent, and he soon thereafter conceded the crown. He passed not long after his surrender, and while the official explanation was that he succumbed to illness, rumors of suicide and even assassination persist to this day.
He was assassinated by Noah, by Gabranth in Final Fantasy 12. So, rip Regent. And then he killed Vaughn's brother too, who was tasked with defending the king at the time. And that's why Vaughn hated Bosch at the beginning, and everyone got all up in a tizzy. Anyway, there you go. Final Fantasy 12 stuff.
What is certain, however, is that with his death, the Benagan line, one that had endured for 1,000 summers, finally came to an end. Rip Ashelia.
Ashelia Benagan Dalmasca. A test for Ashelia Benagan Dalmasca.
Final Fantasy XII's estate was one of the best. The Dalmascans took to their new rulers about as well as one might expect, and in the years since the annexation, several sizable uprisings have caught flame, only to be quelled by the Empire's might. That does not, however, mean we Garlians have emerged from these bouts of insurrection unscathed. One recent example is the Barheim incident, in which scores of Imperial colonists met their end. In response to this rather arbitrary display of defiance, the Emperor sent the 14th Legion back to Dalmasca, where, under the watch of Livia Saz Junius, suspected rebels were hunted down like rats and slaughtered without trial. Of course, this served only to embolden the resistance, yet the ending of their tale was not as happy as those told in Doma and Alamigo, as you will have gleaned from your recent visit to Rabanastre. Which is not to say the resistance is no more. If anything, it grows stronger, its members biding their time deep in the endless labyrinth that lies beneath the capital. I have even heard it whispered that they now are raised under a new leader, a charismatic young firebrand the people call Princess Ash. What? Of course it cannot be the real Ashelia. Even had she survived the tragedy of Nalbina, Her Highness would by now have seen nigh on 50 summers. Oh man, we got a MILF! We got a MILF Ash! Rumor has it that you are acquainted with a certain wandering minstrel who just so happens to be visiting Kugane at this moment. Now, I am not asking you to introduce me to the man, but I would be forever grateful if you could, well, introduce me to the man. His tales are like towering pyres, each word a spark that ignites a fire in my very soul, what I would not give to see his verses to music. Since our arrival over Kugane, Principal Genomis has stressed the importance of actively studying the culture and seeking aspects that might be applied to our performance. It's just that leaving the safety of the Prima Vista is not as easy as it seems. Not that I would expect you to understand. You are a woman of the world. He's talking about the Yoshi P minstrel. Look at these guys stretching their legs. Company assistant.
Before Sidlet left, he handed me this queer contraption. Said it was an elegant storage node, and if I activated it, I'd hear the principal's voice as if he were standing right next to me. I've been trying to convince him we could use a device like this in one of our productions, but Master Genomis is having none of it. Says it can't be trusted. Would you care to try it? Records found, initiating query protocol. What about Genomis? Well, who exactly was the original Ramza?
As I mentioned, Ramza does not appear in the legend of Delita's miraculous rise to power. For his part of the tale, we must look to the Durai papers. My ancestors' accounts states that Ramza was the youngest son of one Barbaneth Baelov, the lord of a noble house of high standing. He was the same age as Delita, whom Lord Baelov took in following the death of his parents. The two boys would grow up together side by side, yet while the legends are strewn with references to Barbaneth's elder sons, his youngest is conspicuously absent. According to the Durai papers, this is because the Church of Galabados branded Ramza a heretic and had his name erased from the annals of history. My research has yet to reveal why the Church would do such a thing and why his own blood would seemingly condone the act. For what it is worth, however, the author of the Durai papers was firmly convinced that Ramza was the true hero of the legend of Ivalice, a true Zodiac brave.
What was the relationship between Ramza and Elita? I mean, I've got fanfics, but...
Elita was born into a house of serfs, the Hierals, who tilled land owned by House Belo. When Delita's parents succumbed to the Black Death, Ramza's father took the boy in and his younger sister Tietra into his home and raised them as he would his own children. It is at this time that I believe Delita and Ramza became friends, growing up as equals unbound by societal constraints of blood and birth.
This is partially because, I don't know if they point this out later, but Ramza is a half-brother to the elder sons. His mother was a common woman, and so he grew up as a common boy, kind of, like with a woman of the world, I guess.
According to legend, Lord Barbaneth was quick to recognize the young Delita's talents extended beyond working the land, and so he used his influence to secure the orphan a place at the Garlian Royal Military Academy, with a K for some reason, I don't know, don't ask questions. If the Durai papers are correct about Ramza's age, it would not be unreasonable to assume that he attended the same institution. The pair would not walk the same path for long, however. Following the untimely death of Tietra, the culmination of a tragic sequence of events set in motion by none other than Ramza himself, Delita cut ties with the house to which he had been bound since birth and pursued his ambitions alone.
Who were the Zodiac Braves?
Though they are virtually synonymous with Ivalice, little is actually known of the Braves and their origins. Legend has it that Delita, acting at the behest of the Church of Glabados, set out with a company of knights to recover the 12 lost Zodiac stones. This they duly did, earning themselves the moniker of Zodiac Braves. As you might expect, however, the Durai papers tell a different story. Oran claims that it was not Delita who led the knights, but Ramza Belo. How this discrepancy arose is yet a mystery, but one I fully intend to solve.
What is Auracite?
Legend paints them as holy relics created by the very gods of Ivalice themselves. Instinct and better judgment suggest that they are similar to the ether-based crystals of the present day, but exactly how similar is something I will require more time to establish. One thing both legend and the Durai papers agree upon is that the Auracite had the power to make manifest one's deepest desires, be they fair or foul. This is borne by the fact that the stones are credited both with destroying Moulon, the city of the gods, and granting Delita the power to bring order to the chaos in his kingdom. Auracite, I conclude, is precisely as good or evil as its wielder.
Who or what are the Lucavi?
Evolution legend portrays them simply as demons, but I have a theory as to their true nature based on my own observations, and of course those of my honored forebearer. The Durai papers tell us that when an Auracite is used with malign intent, it warps both body and mind, transforming the wielder at last into something no longer of this world. These beings, these others are, I believe, the one and the same as the twisted creatures you, Calosa, faced in Rabanaster. Defeating said monstrosity served to restore the Auracite to its original crystalline state, that of Duma, which again is consistent with events described in my ancestors' records.
Who was Argathadalphus?
According to legend, Argathadalphus, or Algus Sadalphus, depending on which version of the tale your nursemaid told you.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun! Hey, there it is. There's the Algus.
Was once heir to a high house which had fallen into disrepute through the ignoble conduct of its then lord, Argath's grandsire. Cursing his family's diminished circumstances, the youth turned his ire upon the only souls over whom he still retained any influence, the small folk. But Delita, hero of the common man, and not Delito, hera of the common man, would not suffer this, and after trying and failing to reason with Argath, put him to the sword. The Durai papers, however, tell us more. They make mention of an heirloom passed down from generation to generation in House Thaldalphus, a priceless jewel known as the Duma. Upon Argath's death at the hands of Delita, the power of the Duma, which the young Thaldalphus carried upon his person, was unlocked, and the Lucavi bound to its release. The stone duly gave form to Argath's fury, reanimating his body and granting him the strength to exact revenge upon the ones who ended his life. Yet who should spare Delita that fate but Ramza, who battled the vengeful corpse, unbeknownst to his childhood friend, and finally brought peace to Argath's soul, though we know better. Now you may ask why Ramza would lend his blade to the selfsame man who forsook his ties to House Balo. The reason lies in poor Ramza's own involvement in the murder of Delita's sister. It was Argath who fired the bolt that struck Tietra down, aye, but it was Ramza's earlier rescue of Argath that paved the way for the tragedy to follow. Though Argath was dead and Tietra avenged, Delita's bitterness endured and festered, and it was not long before he began to blame Ramza. Ramza, for his part, understood all too well the turmoil in his grieving friend's heart, and therefore chose, out of respect, to maintain his distance. So the question before us remains how and why a man twice consigned to the grave could rise again to wreak chaos, and in Rabanastre of all places. Did unscattered remnants of Argath's undying rage trigger a second reaction in the Duma, calling the Lucavi once more to our realm, or was it something else, something more sinister? I wonder. Ripameta's not here yet. Yeah, well, we could say it, but it's fine. We already figured it out. Oh yeah, we already talked to the Warming Dream dramaturge about this stuff. I think we missed it. Who are you and what is a dramaturge? We did Dalmasca, we did all the way down to here, but we didn't do these two. Who am I? A simple question with a not-so-simple answer. I could begin by telling you who I am not, namely a member of the Majestic Theatre Company. I'm a playwright like Principal Lexingtale, but unlike him, I have chosen to remain independent. Genimus is an old friend, and when I heard he would be making the journey east, I asked if I could join him. You see, I too share many of the ideals that have fallen out of favor in the Imperial Court. As for who is the better writer, well, it is not for me to say. I will, however, admit to being a considerably slower writer, as my publishers will all too readily attest. To make matters worse, I have also developed a passion for cookery of late, and spend a great deal of my time here assisting the galley staff in exchange for my passage on the Prima Vista. Perhaps some change of profession is in order. I remember he turned into the cook so he could make bacon bread for his wife. Do you know the Wandering Minstrel? The minstrel, with the disheveled hair, as strange a fish as any as I've ever seen, and I've seen plenty on my travels. Most bards simply retell the tales of high adventure, adding a twang of the lute here and a toot of the fife there for flavor. But the Wandering Minstrel is different. He seems more inclined to challenge his audience than entertain them. One might say he is a god creating worlds for his children to play in. Or not. A god would never be caught wearing those spectacles. Still, there is much a playwright like myself might learn from such a fellow. Oh, Yoshi P. Well, let's keep going and talking to everyone. Woo! Our sharp-toothed guests, why, they took their leave some while ago. If the mood was sour upon their arrival, you can imagine how it turned upon hearing of their captain's death. Not a single arm clasped, nor farewell uttered. One moment they were here, the next they were not. Rip bongas. Though, considering the circumstances, you being the one who did the grisly deed after all, I would gladly take a silent departure over the alternative. Oh, not that you had any choice, mind you. Just do not be surprised if Wagi and the others see things a little bit differently. Hey, Mikoto. The next several moons promise to be busy indeed as we pore over your account of the Clockwork City and your meeting with Yzmat.
If there is aught you wish to ask, pray do it now, before I set about my work in earnest.
Tell me of the Auracite.
In simple terms, I know. From what I have been able to discern, Auracite displays the uncanny ability to draw upon the will of its possessor and manipulate the formless ether into a corporeal manifestation. The resultant form can be maintained for as long as there is ether to sustain it. Principal Genomus has recently uncovered evidence which appears to corroborate my suspicion that Auracite is not a naturally occurring substance, but one created to serve a purpose, albeit a purpose I have yet to identify.
What is Otius?
Despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Odious exhibits none of the ethereal imprinting present in the Duma. In other words, the Auracite has yet to absorb any of Lord Genomus's ether. Haven't I done this one?
Oh well, we'll just go through it for the rest and just go down the list.
It is, for want of a better description, empty. Be that as it may, we still have no idea how it might be filled, its creators having neglected to include the removable stopper.
Yeah. What about Duma?
As you saw in the ruins of Lysalia, the Duma makes manifest the desires of its owner, at that time Argath Adalphus. When you defeated the would-be king, his ether was released from the Auracite and the attunement broken, rendering the crystal empty once more. That is, until Bagamnon seized the Duma, providing it with new desires upon which to feed. Whether the Bagamnon attuned himself to the Auracite or the Auracite attuned to him is a question I am unprepared to answer. If pressed, however, I would venture that the will of a third party is at work here.
Tell me of the Ritterana Lighthouse.
There is a place on the Valnod Sea, far to the south of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mile across, the Ritterana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned. Balanced on the lip of the raging gulf sits a tiny islet atop which rises an ancient lighthouse, its origins unknown. For centuries, the tower was manned by Dalmascan candlekeeps who labored from dusk till dawn to warn sailors of the perilous drop. Since the kingdom's annexation, however, the structure has lain vacant, assuming it has not been claimed by the island's wildlife. Principal Genomus has cause to believe that the lighthouse is actually the ruin of a location enshrined in Ivalician legend, the clockwork city of Gaug. According to his theory, the upper levels of the city were destroyed in a catastrophic incident that eventually saw the entirety of Gaug's population migrate north. The surviving lower levels were discovered by the Dalmascans centuries later and refitted to serve as a lighthouse. Hey, Aqua!
I was like, hey, now we could talk to Mikoto after ignoring her this whole time, and it turns out that I actually read all of that before. Oh well. Rip. Hey, dramaturge's wife.
I'm delighted you made it back, and in one piece. You must promise to come and see me later. Tell me all that happened. My husband, too.
No worries.
I suppose it would be mean-spirited to abandon my brother now that he has finally seen one of his madcap schemes to completion, especially as I have nowhere else to go. Good thing I am handy with the loot, eh, Capo? Thanks to you, I've proven my courage, and now by the sacred laws and charters that blind all theater troops, the Majestic must admit me to their ranks, Capo. Who should I play first? Ramza? No, Delita. Definitely Delita. Hey, Alma. I still cannot believe it. My mother's necklace was Auracite. Could it truly be that some hidden desire long stored within has been guiding us from the first? What if my father's quest to discover Ivalice and wash clean our family name was all someone else's will, and he a mere puppet?
Seems scary. You sure you're okay there, Genomus? I shudder to recall the horror that befell Bagamnon. Witnessing one of such strong conviction succumb to the lure of the Auracite was more than enough to convince me that the artifacts are too dangerous to remain in our hands. Once my quest is at an end, I shall entrust the stones to the knowing circle in Charlian that they might find a suitable resting place. Now, is there aught you wish to ask of me? What is the clockwork city of Gaug? Evolution legend tells of Gaug, a city forged from iron and brass and teeming with fantastical creations, from steam-powered airships to machinoservitors. The people who populated this modern metropolis were not unlike us Garlians, in that it was their lack of magical aptitude which spurred them to embrace technology. Also, they were Mughals, so I don't know, man. While the Durime papers mention little of Gaug's location, there are passages as to its queer construction. There being no land to claim, her architects instead claimed the sky. This particular verse, along with some few others, suggests that the city was built up rather than out into something resembling a massive tower. Further mention of Gaug comes to the description of an explosion of unknown origin that, if the papers are to be believed, brought down more than half of the city and resulted in its eventual abandonment. However, examination of heretofore untranslated portions of the document revealed details of a battle raged in the upper halls of the Clockwork City betwixt an automaton known as Construction 6 and our very own Ramza. It was during this conflict that errant discharge from the former's weapons rent the city asunder. This is kind of a reference to Final Fantasy Tactics when Ramza first meets Worker 6 and the guy goes insane and you actually have to fight him and do a little stuff to like get him on your team. It's a kind of interesting. If I recall, one of the enemies in that fight actually uses Ultima, and if Ramza Belov at that time is a squire, he can learn it like you would as like a blue mage, and he'll just be able to use Ultima, and so that's why he uses Ultima in his burst attack. So there you go. Dun 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 dun. It is my belief that this event permanently disrupted the local etheric flow, ultimately creating the extraplanal fissure into which the Ridorana cataract now pours. The presence of such a fissure would have made rebuilding impossible, forcing the people of Gaug to renounce their ancestral home and depart in search of another. I guess that's why Worker 6 managed to make a giant, black hole that sucked us in when we fought him. Maybe one of Worker 6's black holes is at the bottom of the cataract. I would like to think they traveled north and went to Ilsabad, north and west to Ilsabad, settling in the land that would one day become Garlemald. Yet, while traits such as affinity for Machina and a lack of magical prowess align, I must admit my theory is still mostly conjecture. Who is Ismat? As to its origins in mythology, your guess is as good as mine. However, it seems safe to assume that the creature you encountered, most certainly a Lucavi, was a construct of the Duma, born both of Bagamnan's self-loathing and his desire for revenge. Before the fall of Nalbina Fortress, Bagamnan was a Fusilia captain charged with protecting the crown prince and princess. When the royal twins perished, the proud Banga blamed himself for their deaths. You said that when you confronted him in Rinarana, he believed you to be Imperial soldiers. I suspect this was a manifestation of Bagamnan's fears projected upon those nearby him by the Duma in an attempt to send the Banga into a rage, making him more amenable to transformation, a ruse which ultimately succeeded. While much of this coincides with what befell Argath in the ruins of Blessalia, there is one important thing we have learned from our second bout with the Lucavi, that no obvious correlation appears to exist twixt the Auracite catalyst and the resulting beast. This would imply that it is the subject that determines which Lucavi manifests, and the Duma merely facilitates the process. What we cannot be certain of, however, is the subject must ultimately make the transformation of its own volition. We know Bagamnan desired the Duma's power to see revenge exacted, but did he foresee the relinquishing of both body and mind to achieve his end? Yeah, Ismat was, at the time, the enemy with the most amount of hit points in, all of Final Fantasy. And, you weren't even supposed to kill him in one sitting. He actually never regained health. When you could leave, save, turn off the game, and come back, and he would still be at the amount of HP you dealt to him because he was dead, because he was just that he had so much health. But he was at the Ridorana Lighthouse after you finished beating every single hunt in the entire game. Mont Blanc would be like, hey, there's another hunt to do. This is the one that, like, I couldn't beat. I'm gonna trust you with beating him. And then you beat him, and then it's like, whoa, you avenged my friends who died against Yzmat. Thanks, man. And then you get an Yzmat, like, you beat Yzmat, like, token. Like, kind of like the Ultima weapon in Final Fantasy VIII. It doesn't do anything, but just you can show off to your friends. Why don't you tell me something of your late wife? Tia was the love of my life, though ours was not love at first sight. We met through the theater, she a young actress, me a struggling playwright. It was during our work together that we slowly succumbed to the tug of fate. Tia! Oh, I was thinking, do I know Tia from Final Fantasy Tactics? But, like, I'm remembering that there was a girl in Lufia 2 whose name was Tia, and I'm thinking of her, I think. I don't think this is a complete reference to someone. If it is, then rip. I'm really good at a lot of tactics and 12 stuff, but this one's one where I'm just like, rip. Tia is the cat boy. Yeah, exactly. Graha Tia, exactly. So I guess Genomus made out with a cat boy? Are Ramza and Alma adopted? Not. Joking. As the summers passed, we grew closer, and our relationship soon extended beyond the professional. When I learned that she was with child, I did not hesitate to ask her hand in marriage. The life growing within her would only serve to strengthen our bonds, to see us realize our dreams. And while the birth of both Ramza and Alma would do just that, the strength of our love served little to stay the inexorable march of time. Time that by some cruel twist of fate was not afforded my wife. The coughing fits came quickly and without warning, sapping her of vigor and leaving her a pale reflection of the woman she once was. With her last breath, she bade me see that our children never come to harm, a duty I fear I have neglected of late. There is nothing I would not do, nothing, if it meant spending even a single moment again with my beloved. We have seen with our own eyes the evil Auracite might beget, but do not the Durai papers also speak of the good? In the hands of the just, even the fallen may rise. Nay, 'tis folly. Pay me no heed. What is special about Tia's necklace? Alteron, be right back. Looking up Genomus X Graha fix on Archive of Our Own. Hey! Until the revelation dealt us by our Moogle guests, the necklace was but a necklace, a reminder to my family of one taken too soon. It was a wedding gift I found for Tia while on a sojourn to Rabanastre 17 summers past. Oh, so it wasn't even an heirloom. It was just like a wedding gift. Having long been eager to explore the city, I convinced her to make the journey with me, despite the obvious danger in visiting the embattled territory. And what a beautiful city it was. History will never forgive my people for the crime of its destruction. But to my tale. It was one of Rabanastre's labyrinthine markets that I purchased the necklace. An imperial chapman was peddling what he claimed were local treasures, though I did not press him on how he came by the piece. It was not even particularly expensive. So you can imagine my astonishment when I learned from Bwagi that we were in possession of a royal heirloom all this time. To think that the necklace was once the property of Prince Rossler, last of the Bonagan line. Yet this revelation has only left us with more questions, the most obvious being, for what purpose was a larger Auracite split into two pieces and set, or mayhap hidden in regalia? I pray the Durai papers will provide us an answer. Just you wait, my friends. The necklace belonged to none other than my namesake, Ramza Belov, and I shall prove it. Alright, Ramza, you do that. Woo! Finally! We talked to everyone and it only took half an hour. Time for actual story. Yeah, we say A03 because archive of our own. It is easier to write. Woo! Hey, Lena. The worried look on Lena Muralaw's face suggests she bears grave tidings. Or not.
Greetings and salutations, Calosa. I suppose you are wondering whether or not the good Genomus has finally determined where in the world our next adventures to take us.
Sorry, I had to.
The good news is he has. The bad news, however. Now, while it's not in my nature to be sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description. So please bear with me when I tell you it is not is all right aboard the airship Lexingtail. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista, away from inquisitive ears?
Rip, Genomus has exactly 0 fix. Obviously, who in the world? Let's be honest. No one in this game has a fetish for dilfs. I'm just saying.
Principal Genomus claims to have learned much from his continued study of the Durai papers. Still, he appears to be frustrated at a lack of information crucial to solving the mystery. Shall I prepare the shuttle for you, milady?
Yes. Hey, I was just here 5 seconds ago. Who would have thought after talking for 30 minutes straight that I would need some water? The next question is, then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey next? Yo! I'm here! What monsters do I need to beat up today? Calosa, to what do we owe this unexpected visit? I was literally here 5 minutes ago, Genomus! I had not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. You could just say days. I mean, you don't have to be all, magical now. Anyway, Alma's in pain, right? Something weird's going on? I apologize if we have caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees. Though I did expect a tad more discretion from Mistress Muralaw. Alma has, as of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Chirurgeons have been called upon to discern exactly what it is that ails her, but as far as they can tell, there is nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is the rigors of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken their toll on her fragile heart. Oh no, she's got the vapors! It's time for her to go out to the countryside, where she'll get, where she'll get stir-crazy and be unable to leave the bed, and she'll go crazy and start, ripping up the wallpaper on the walls, and then kill herself and her husband. What? Hey, did you know that Charlotte Moonwatcher is a person who reads literature? Hey!
Calosa, when did you... Oh!
Alma!
I'm fine, brother.
It is obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest. Look at this guy suddenly caring about his sister. Just asking, are you getting coughing fits, Alma?
Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak again once I regain my strength. Until then, please, look after my father.
Yeah, sure, you got it.
Just take care of yourself, okay, kid? I have a feeling I know what's going on. That's Auracite eating her. Anyway. Now then, where were we? Ah, yes, the matter of our next expedition. I don't... Alteron, I don't believe you. Yeah, I'm fine! No. As we discovered during a most recent foray into the Ester Sands, the Dalmascan capital of Rabanastre appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be the royal city of Lassalia, an ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalice. Shortly thereafter, we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Gaug, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Ridorana Cataract, remnants which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. Thanks for the expedition. Lassalia, Gaug, what do they have in common, you ask? I shall tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Ivalice, the Durai Papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalician legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There is no denying the proof, and it is but a matter of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusions. But as you are all aware, my aim was never been to simply prove the existence of Ivalice. No, I shall not rest until I have revealed the truth of young Ramza's role in King Delita's ascension, and cleared my ancestor Oren Durai of the false accusation made against him by the church. Thanks, Alteron! We should call the doctor and let him massage her private parts. Still can't believe that was a medical treatment. I mean, let's be honest. That is the best way to be a pervert without actually getting lynched. I'm just saying. Welcome to being a doctor in the past. What, shouldn't we see to Alma first? Something seems weird. Kugani's chirurgeons would have us believe she is in no immediate danger, as her illness is not of the body but of the mind. To borrow their words, her spirit is in a state of unbalance and merely requires time to right itself. Do you not even see what's going on, Genimus? Alma will be fine as long as she remains in bed. The last thing she needs is any further excitement, especially at the paws of those meddlesome mole bats. Shut up, Ramza. Don't even smile when you're doing that. It's not a term of endearment anymore. Though I must admit, both Mont Blanc and his brother have proven more useful than I would have dared to imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field. Or was it furriest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Coupeau? And you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother. They do all the work and all you do is jest, Coupeau. Oh, but you are mistaken, Herbie. I bear neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions. Who are you and what have you done to Ramza? Both of us are like ready to like punch him in the face. Like, what kind of monster has possessed you, Ramza? His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? Alma certainly seems pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all-too-convenient transformation. I have a feeling I know exactly what's going on. Simply showing the world that Ivalice actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Durai Papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramza Belo. If we can find evidence of this hidden role in history, it will prove Oren's testimony true and safeguard our family name from ridicule.
which is why I turned the focus of my research to Delita's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only when I discovered something most intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force, a force with the power to bring about calamitous ruin.
What? What could that be? Auracite! The twisted abominations we encountered in both Lassalia and Gaug, the Lucavi. They are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Ivalice's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifests from the deepest of desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Auracite.
And with each confrontation did Ramza's fellowship grow smaller. Countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten, yet was far more important than any clash of armies. And so did they endure, until reaching their final destination, Orbone Monastery.
What are you talking about, countless companions lost to a cause? I didn't lose a single companion! Thank you very much! I only used like 6 characters, and that was it, and I didn't even use TG Sid, so I'm just saying, I know how to play Final Fantasy Tactics, and I didn't even cheat, like, I didn't even break the game. Actually, okay, my dancer was pretty broken, but shh. Oh, I know this one. The Orbone Monastery is where Princess Ovelia was raised. There's a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story.
Yeah, it's where Delita kidnapped her and said, "Don't blame me! Blame yourself or the gods!"
And it was the best line in all of history, and I think they took it out of the PSP version, which, I'm sorry, Koji Fox, worst decision ever. After Delita emerged victorious in his final campaign, he marries the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivalice. And then she stabs him for being a jerk.
Oh, I see someone has been paying attention, but don't just ignore that last part, because that's not true, Calosa.
But I don't understand. Why would Ramza's crusade against the Lucavi take him back there? According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the Auracite was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery. It was also where what was it? The Gospel of Judas was, like, whatever the character was, the person who betrayed Saint Ajora. He betrayed Saint Ajora because, according to the gospel, actually Ajora wasn't the sent from the heavens, and actually his power came from the Auracite, because everyone knows that the best thing to do is to immediately make the Gospel of Judas to say that Jesus was actually a really bad person, and that's why the church is evil. Every time. Every time. Anyway, there we go. But who or what would have the means to create something so powerful?
Who could it be except the last boss? Ultima, the High Seraph.
This was the Auracite that Saint Ajora had. A seraph? What's a seraph?
Seraphs are believed by some to be servants of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the visitor and her deadly magics, oft referring to her as the Angel of Blood for the carnage left in her wake. When Saint Ajora was killed in Tactics, he prayed for the Auracite of Ultima, and she just came up and just absolutely destroyed the like, Gaug and everything. So... What was I talking about? I have no idea. Oh, what? Oh, 'cause Ultima. Oh, right. I've heard of that word before, that name before. It was the greatest spell that La Habre was managed to use with the Ultima weapon. Interesting. What if the spell Calosa claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced to Hydaelyn by the High Seraph?
But that would mean... What would that mean again? I have spoken with several colleagues back in Charlian regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they yet have little to show for their research, they all agree on one thing: the manner in which Ultima ethereally manifests should not be possible, at least on Hydaelyn. So it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Allegants learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge unto them. Not of this plane? What manner of creature are we talking about here?
Hey, Sid! One similar to Omega.
Oh, hey, Sid.
How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. I'm here to deliver the item Mikoto requested.
Sid, there was no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed.
A Moogle? And trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important.
Yeah, let's be honest though, that random adventurer would probably have just have been me, so... If you do not mind, the principal was about to tell us about how to find the Orbone Monastery.
Would that I could.
You don't know? Then what have we been doing here?
At ease, Lady Murilla. The Durai papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zaichirle. Zairchil, several leagues south of Rabanastre. There supposedly lies the monastery. Zairchil is not a name you'll find on any modern Damascan map. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as the Zairchil is established to be, are rare in a nation more than half claimed by the sand. The river we seek can only be that which bisects Golmore and the Nakshan border. Wait, Golmore? You mean the forest where the Vieira live and just murder people who go into it? I'm just saying, Ramza. And for that invaluable information, we owe thanks to our brothers Moogle. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalmascan geography.
Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused.
Its location is not what concerns me, but rather the Moogle... Well, but perhaps the Moogles themselves should explain.
Why, certainly. That verdant valley of vines and vipers is where we must voyage next, is home to the Vieira, and therein lies our little problem. The one thing Vieira do not suffer is trespassers, not even lovable Moogles, Kupo! Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle was teeming with ruins, much like those we've discovered in Lasalia and Gaub, but the Vieira trackers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kupo! So that is why we're still talking instead of bound for the border.
There are Vieira who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight on how to reach the Orbone Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time.
You got it. Hey, Sid, what's up?
Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopped by a bonga on the docks. He asked me if I knew a Calosa Whispersong and bid I deliver her a message. I told him he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so that he might deliver the message himself, but the man refused.
Don't worry, I'll take it.
Mikoto, I saw this device crafted to your exact specifications, but cannot guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I had nary a subject to test it on. A weird horn thingy. It is literally just like the one of the fangs. It's just the fangs, but retooled.
Of course, Master Sid. If any trouble is met, then then most likely it is my design that's to blame.
Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself too short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day!
Hey, Elvie! Where did Mikoto go? There she is. Something is obviously very wrong with poor Alma, and why her father doesn't seem to pay her condition much mind is something we should all be wary of. You won't believe this, but since our time together in the Clockwork City, Ramza and I have grown inseparable. Why, I'd consider him a closer companion now than even my good brother Hurdy. Just don't let Hurdy know that, Capo. Both Mont Blanc and his brother Hurdy have proved invaluable to our expedition. I owe them my thanks. And, I suppose, an apology. I admit when they first arrived, I was wary of their ability to contribute to the cause. However, over the past moons, they have done their damnedest to prove me wrong. I used to believe that we Garlians were inherently better than, well, everyone else. I suppose a part of me still does. It was what I was raised to believe. It's what all Garlian children are. Only now have I begun to realize the fool that I was. Our exile here has forced me to face the arrogance that has controlled me my whole life. And what I found was that I was simply frightened. Frightened of change. Frightened of admitting I was weak. And so I lashed out. And I'm sorry that you, Mont Blanc, Boagi, and the others had to suffer. I have no issue with Ramza's unexpected change of heart, just with how it actually came about. I fear it might be the Auracite playing with his heart, Capo. I sensed a surge of ether the precise moment he came into contact with the necklace, though that surge has since passed, Capo.
There's no question that Ivalice once stood atop the lands we now call Dalmasca, but with the passage of time have remnants of those eras past faded beyond recognition. If only the great library at Rabanastre still stood. My knowledge is limited, but if there is aught you wish to ask... Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Maybe I'll ask you later. Or I might just ask the Allegan orb later.
I sense you are interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every intention of apprising you of its contents, but first I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Genimus and Ramsa would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are not but a result of a mind fatigued, but the answer is clear. It is the Auracite that plagues her.
Yeah, I know! Because her mom had the Auracite and immediately got sick and died. And now she has the Auracite and suddenly she's fallen over everywhere. I'm just saying. Yeah, Calosa's looking so surprised, but that's a lie.
Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with the Odious, well before even his first foray into Rabanastre. However, I do not think that is entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the Auracite. Moreover, I suspect it was the Auracite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis on distinct frequency NRR type harmonic vibrations and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification. Or when I mentioned that despite being in the principal's possession of an extended period, the Odious exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma? No? Well, I mean, I remember. And that's why I'm literally right up with you. I am right next to you with this, Mikoto. The Odious has never resonated with Genimus. It has always been his wife's pendant and its Auracite shard, the Virgo that fueled his passion for Ivalice. No, the Odious is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those may be. The only reasons I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the Auracite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we witnessed in Argath or Bagamnon. That and the Auracite interference caused by other nearby shards. I've explained all of this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace. Yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. And so I did the only thing I could. I devised a means with which I might impede, or at least lessen, the effects of the odious. The device, which is still incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the odious, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effects. You think it'll work? What the? The city below is all abuzz with word of a bonga brigand loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be anyone we know, Capo?
I wonder. Hey, Makoto. Oh, sorry, huh?
I've taken a piece of the Virgo and fitted it into my device. It may, however, still require some time to calculate properly.
Hey, Bwagi!
It was Bwagi and his companions. Perhaps they know of the Orabone Monastery? Sky pirates are found to have traveled the whole of Damascus on their many misdeeds.
Apologies, Calosa, but I needed to speak with you, and you alone.
Oh, don't mind me, Capo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot.
Why you? What makes you think I won't lay you low right here, right now?
Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle, and thought a man as well-traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some.
Golmore? You of all creatures should know that is Vieira land. What are you offering then?
Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genimus believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Capo.
Ugh, I should have expected as much. Very well, Calosa. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genimus as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us before, I did not see a reason why we cannot take both of you.
Alright then, let's go!
Let me know when you're ready to depart for Rabanester. We'll travel in our airship. The Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention.
Let's do it! Let's go! And yeah, Seabook, this is a new weapon. I've only used it since well, the beginning of this one with Rabanester and stuff. So no worries, Seabook. You didn't miss it.
Back to a life of bigotry in the clouds, are we?
Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds, but when faced with the decision of what to do next, we simply needed to remember the dying words of our leader. Gijuk Greenock and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmascan Fusiliers.
And the occupying Garlians actually said yes, Capo?
Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance.
Capo!
You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the 4th Legion.
Yeah, something about Noah Van Gabranth or something?
The Resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed. Yet, much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove one head and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2 and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lente's Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted we introduce you. She?
Kupo?
Me? But I wasn't even supposed to be at me.
Not you, Hairball! Her! Meet with the General and hear her proposal, Calosa. If you're not interested, we shall return you to Kagane unharmed. You have our...
Pearl got your tongue?
Rabbernaster dead ahead, lads!
Oh, you have our word. Probably he said that to Prince Rossler when they failed him. Oh.
This way. We've many malms to cover before nightfall.
Hey, we're down here in the sewers again. What in the world? I know this person.
I've done as you asked. I bring the Liberator.
And here I thought she'd be taller. What in the? I knew it! A Viera! I am Fran, proud daughter of Talmasca and General of Lente's Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am a Viera. Are you surprised? Why, yes, in fact, I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Capo. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I most certainly do not expect to see one here in the sewer.
Oh, Mont Blanc, the moment this lady appeared, everyone constantly whined about how they wanted Viera. And so they finally made Viera, and now they are everywhere. So, I miss the old days when we didn't have annoying people making Viera all the time. Well, and I say this with the utmost irony that I am playing a Mikote, which is exactly, basically the same. But shut up! And Stefan, yeah, well, that's a secret.
Indeed. This Banga claims you seek Orbon. Does he speak true? Mm-hmm. Those ruins lie deep within the Golmore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense were you to defile it with your presence. What is more, Boagi tells me you travel with Garlians, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in the one who would do such? My blade has tasted the blood of too many Garlians to count. And then you know the Empire and its people are one and the same. When you slay an Imperial soldier, you are not slaying an individual, you are slaying the enemy. Your companions, Liberator, are the enemy, despite their supposed change of heart. You misunderstand. Kind Genomus does not approve of the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Damascus and its impoverished masses, Kupo. And what would a Moogle know of my people? Does your blood run the Dalmascan red? We would cut you open and find out.
General, there's no need for threats.
You are right, Boagi. Let us then parley. Oh no, I hate that minigame. Parley? Parley. First, the resistance requires men. Men and women from the Eosian and Eastern alliances to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you. If not, they will listen to those scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the resistance requires gold. Gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Aldenard Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of the profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orborn.
And what of the Lexingtales?
See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you? I will deliver your request to the Scions, but can promise no more. Tell them my demands, but know the fate of your expedition now hangs on how well you do.
I say we have our work cut out for us, Kapow.
Wagi, you and the Fusiliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General. Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess.
What an adventure, Kapow! Just think, by tomorrow we could all be the newest members of the Dalmascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place on the Prima Vista just yet.
Do not be put off by Lady Fran. The General has quite the edge to her, but it is only because she wants what's best for the Resistance. I finally come to accept Bagamnon is gone for good, but I will never forget how he met his end. I cannot allow my hatred to consume me as it did him. Fran is not too bad once you get on her good side. Her only good side being her backside, but you didn't hear that from me. Oh my gosh. Welcome to their jungle. We got fun and games.
Hurry, hurry! If I don't tell someone about our adventures quick, I'll positively burst, Kapow!
Oh, go ahead, Mont Blanc. It was just talking, not really adventure, Galqua says. And yeah, wow, man, what the crap, Rinnock? I will definitely tell that to Fran so she can beat the crap out of you.
Where have you been? In Rabanastre with Mont Blanc? Why didn't you tell me? How am I supposed to report on something if I'm not there to see it? I have no issue with Ramza's unexpected change of heart, just with how it actually came about. I fear it might be the Auracite playing with his heart, Kapow. Always saying the same thing. Okay. This woman asks much of us. The Viera have been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code and will meet swift punishment to any who would defy the laws. As such, many of Viera will spend her life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. And while the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle.
That said, with every generation, there are those Viera who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom's cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual.
Who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kapow! It seems Calosa's sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. Should need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the alliances and the East Aldenar Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? What? Oh no.
Time to put in some calls. Waiting for some people. Oh, call back. Yes, I said you don't. I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste, and I shall apprise you of their judgment.
Hey guys, I'm heading out to the Ruby Bazaar. Well then, Calosa, what are we waiting for?
I guess you can come too. It saddens me to think that I cannot be of any aid. You have every right to think me weak, Calosa, for I am. At least now, I might admit it. Oh my gosh, what is this? You know what? I didn't think that Ramza was that much of a milquetoast loser, but now that I'm listening to you, jeez. I pray for your success, Calosa. Not because I am a man of religious tendencies, mind you. It simply feels like the proper thing to do in these sorts of situations. No, there's nothing that I want to ask of you. I'll do it later.
I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or three of Gil should be a piece of Rolandberry cake. I suppose we should inform Bwagi down at Kugane Landing of our progress. You mentioned he was keeping an eye on us.
Also, Seabook is saying that in his country, scallops are called Vieira. No wait. Yeah, Vieira. So it's a joke that the bunny girls are actually scallops. That's pretty good.
I've informed Bwagi of our situation. We're to make for the Ruby's Bazaar when you are.
So you've an answer from the East Aldenar already. Impressive! It would seem the Lady Fran has underestimated your influence among the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then.
I guess not. She just walks off without even saying anything. Okay. I think Seabook is Portuguese, or the language he's saying, Vieira. I think it's Portuguese, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm not gonna say anything. Don't want to be wrong. If it is, I'm sorry, Seabook.
Whenever you're ready, Calosa.
Hancock awaits us in the bazaar, shall we, Calosa?
Yes, let's enter the Ruby Bazaar. Thank you, Alterine. Seabook's language, Vieira, is indeed Portuguese. I'm not an idiot! Lovely lady, and bonga! And here I was expecting you would be alone, Calosa. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna kiss you. Ah, but excuse my manners, I am Hancock, representative of the East Aldenard Trading Company, assigned to oversee the assets here in Kugane. It is a pleasure to meet you. A bow.
And I am Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it is far from the that it is far from the landing to ahem. Hey, Tataru! Boagi, was it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I have come bearing our nation's reply to your entreaty. And I am Tataru Taru of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that and to bear a message from the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance.
Thank you both for coming. I am Boagi, formerly of the Dalmascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lente's Tears, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us?
Allow me to begin, then. While the East Aldenard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding you seek.
What? But...
As you are aware, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Ah, yes. What I meant to say was, here in Hingashi, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it matters political and so forth. You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we have somehow favored that group over another. Seeing as how we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing such would be sending the wrong message, and ultimately harm profits, yes.
And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits while good men and women perish. How convenient! Please, there must be something you can do.
We are a business, my lady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, that we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance and their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I would provide you a little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend Calosa knows all too well, it is not my choice.
So he wants to help, but we need the Eorzean Alliance to back them up. Well, what do you think? Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you that the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance.
And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources.
Ah! What? How did you... Lord Hien sends his greetings to you and yours. Having recently found strength through a newly formed alliance with our neighboring nations, Doma is open to further welcoming like-minded organizations. This includes our Dalmascan brothers and sisters still suffering under an imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the Resistance's leaders.
You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanaster.
The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join with Dalmasca as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one.
Doma as a full-fledged ally would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers.
Yet even if we were able to wrest Dalmasca from the Empire's grasp, without unity among your people, the resulting chaos would prove even more perilous to the kingdom.
You understand much of our situation.
I mean, seeing as how she's a literal spy, yeah.
And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to Lente's tears, am I correct?
Do not mistake me. Lord Tian's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step.
You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected.
What? What do you mean? You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet you still let this farce play out?
You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader.
Wait, that Miss Ash or whatever? That and he thinks things through in all the ways Lisa and I wouldn't. Yeah, that's Alex. That's Galgian in a nutshell. See problem? Punch problem.
Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you.
Well, but then what about Orbone? Wait, what about the Golmore jungle? Aw, jeez. Can you believe it? We're right back where we started. Principal Genimus will not be pleased. Mm-hmm. Return to the Prima Vista. You cannot teleport while jumping. Sorry, game. Oh, I should probably sprint. So, how are you guys doing today? Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Let's go to the airship landing. And then, hey, we're almost gonna start Orbone Monastery, and it only took an hour and a half. Technically only an hour, because the half hour was me doing talky stuff. If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate, but I suppose we did everything in our power. That is all one could ask. You know, we could just go into the Golmore jungle and murder all the Viera who try and stop us. I'm just saying. I mean, they're attacking first, so I don't see what the problem here is. I still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send Calosa on this wild paisa chase if she knew from the start it would be for naught? Blackie mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be. People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine. Sometimes you gotta let a kid burn their hand on the stove. Naive and stubborn? Then the resistance is doomed! Yeah, welcome to Garnet, but yeah, Garnet too. Oof. If a person is as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kapow. I would not be so certain, Mont Blanc.
My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the resistance before reading Quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose?
You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector.
The door was open.
It's an airship! And you would be... I would be here on orders from the leader of Lente's Tears, against my better judgment, mind you.
Greetings, Lady Fran, I presume? I am Genimus Sen Lexentale, principal of the Majestic Theater Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us?
While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you are sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled. And for that effort, you are to be compensated. I'm not making out with you.
That is most generous.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Yeah, doing another healer will probably help a bit. The ruins which you seek are hidden behind the waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately. The door. Alma! Ramza! What's going on here? Alma, you should be in bed! I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests?
It appears you once again prepare a leap into danger's maw. Keep your wits about you, Calosa. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so is Begamnon. If you'll excuse me.
Yeah, Fran is like, I don't take kindly to you. Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Odious. The what? There's no need to worry. Mikoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name.
The Charlian has no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you?
Mother! That's all you that's what this is all about, isn't it? What this has always been about. You care not about Ivalice or the Auran name. No, you only seek to use the Auracite to bring Mother back. By the way, I missed it, but I'm doing fates. Okay, that's fine. Have fun, Alteron. But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand how exactly it is that the shards translate one's desires into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the Auracite. Ultima has bid me to come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations. Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance to bring Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. He said that he would give anything to be with her even a moment longer. And the first thing I thought of was, what about your own kids?
Your brother is right. We've sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, either of you.
It is too late!
Oh, jeez!
The Auracite! I'm so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me? cozened by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Mikoto! A portal? No, Alma! Help me, Ramza! Alma! No! No! Gods forfend. I told you, no one can control the power within those shards. No one! Calosa, here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery. You got it. Be gone, demon, right, right, Aqua? Evil spirits, disperse! Come, we leave for the Golmore jungle. Now! I think we saw enough to prove that Ultima is no angel, Kupo. But if she's not, then what is she? Was the power I sensed beyond the rift, was that the High Seraph? I told her this was a mistake, and now look what's happened. If you are wise, you toss all the remaining shards into Hell's lid and cut your losses. But you've no more wisdom. Than Begamnon, and that's why the High Seraph is already won. I've been such a fool, and now I've lost my daughter. Will you ever forgive me, Tia? I cannot believe what I just witnessed. I won't believe it. I won't. There, it didn't happen. What do we do? We cannot just leave poor Alma to become one of those monsters, Capo. Don't worry, she already did. I mean, it was in Final Fantasy Tactics. I saw it. It was all there. I have good news and bad news, Calosa. The bad news is that it appears the High Seraph was able to employ the Odious as a catalyst to propel her magics beyond whatever seal she has trapped behind. The good news is, this means my device should function as intended. Its design is based off of one of Moon Brida's. It repurposes the logic behind her etheric siphon into a means of disrupting ether flow by reversing common wavelengths and let us just say it has already been calibrated to match the energy emitted by the Odious. As long as Ultima continues to wield the Odious, we should be able to intervene. But it only works if we can find Alma, which is why we must make haste. Have I your permission to depart, Calosa? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she... Of course, Ramza. Then hold on. I've set engines to full speed. Full speed, he says. Putt, 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 putt. No more! Welcome to the land of my people. 'Twould be a poor lie if I said I do not miss it some. Golmore Jungle. Alma! She's here! With the Odious! Whoa! Ramza, help me! The Odious! Alma! Are they okay? Blood of the invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant and grant unto me the vessel promised. Ramza! What just... Wagi to me! This girl is not well. Might I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista, Cabal?
Let's get out of here!
But Ramza! Wait. Is that... Have you the courage to face true evil? Who's that ghostly presence? He's gone now. What are you gawping at? The ship is this way, Kapow! I'm coming!
Oh hey, we've got another one. We've got a storage node beta, so now we can use it to talk to check those people out later.
Alma! Poor Ramza whisked away from under our very whiskers. What poor companions we make, Kapow! A poor companion would be one who sat around and whimpered while others worked to find a solution to their troubles, Kapow. We must act! For Ramza! For Dalmasca! First Alma and now Ramza? What does this Ultima want? The device should have worked. Is Ramza gone because of an error in my calculations? If a magic drift is necessary to seize Ramza, then it is quite possible that Ultima is still incapable of traveling beyond the bounds of the Orborn Monastery. However, if Auracite is all the High Seraph requires to do so, then we are in grave danger. I will not see the same fate that befall Bergamnon befall young Ramza. We must do something, and quick.
Now Ramza is gone! Oh dearest Teo, what have I done? What have I done?
Genomus is crestfallen at the thought that he may never see his son again. See if there is aught you could do to put his mind at ease.
We need to do something. But what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even protect my son from... my son from...
Alma! I'm sorry, Genomus. My design was flawed. Not necessarily, Charlian. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Otius. The loss of the body is not yours to bear. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift. It spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning?
Most certainly not. I have discovered no such inference anywhere in the Durai papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph existed far before even the earliest of Evolution legends.
Then who exactly did summon Ultima, and why does she think them your kin? Tia's Auracite. Look! I have a bad feeling about this, Kapow! It's calling. This is Lasalia!
Ramza? Dead? You lie about it. You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Oran. What are you talking about? He did a pretty good job when he was fighting that literally one time in Final Fantasy Tactics. Actually, he was pretty terrible, and you had to make sure that he didn't die. And it was kind of hard, because he's really good at dying. Anyway, I did not say that he was dead, my lord Elita. Merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Auracite. But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Ivalice. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much his as it is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights, to me! We ride for Orbon! My lord, wait! Ajora Glabados, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only one of the lands chosen, only a warrior of light might stand against the threat. Yet while victorious in battle, Ramsay was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing then?
No, my lord. No, my lord. Ramza is. My brother's final wish before he surrendered to the ether was that his name be struck from the annals of history.
Alma, you're unhurt, but I was led to believe none but Orans returned from Orbon. What is it you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Heidelin herself did countless centuries past. Imprison Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates.
So Ramza sealed himself away to make sure that Ultima could never come out until someone was strong enough, a true, even more powerful warrior of light could take him down. Ramza sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of this sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those come before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea.
No! Ramza should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as the hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he would be my knight gallant. He is gone, my lord.
Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Heidelin, and for those who would one day, too, heed the crystal's call.
The Auracite that was given to the Banargan line. Ramzad! Claim the throne, my friend. Become ruler of Ivalice and restore peace to this war-torn realm, once and for all. Wait, Ramza! Don't leave me, please! I beg of you! You will make a fine and just king, Elita. See that you do not stray from that path. Ramza! Ramza! The Auracite, Ramza's Auracite, that was passed down, yep, to the twins, Rossler and Ashelia. The stones in these two necklaces, you are certain they will guide the heroes to a new era to Ramza. It is what Ramza wished, my lord. Orin, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? 'Tis but a matter of time before the Cardinal and his temple knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. The Durai Papers. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library.
And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered, and truth shall prevail.
I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Oren. But once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life...
The baby!
So Oren's children do have the blood of Ramza within him. Through, although they're an in-law. They're in-laws. So the Durai, the family of Durai, will live on in the new Ramza and Alma.
Calosa!
Yes. Yes. Yes, queen.
'Twas the echo, wasn't it? This is what I saw.
The removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the Durai Papers, the pendants, it was all set in motion by Oren himself.
And of the Liberator's vision, and if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know what the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. Ramza summoned the Ultima to seal him away. So Ramza's body and blood is the seal, which means that Ramza, through Alma's blood and Oren's blood, is actually kin to Ramza by sister and brotherhood.
She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve her as warriors of light. But then why abduct Ramza, or even Alma, unless there's something you haven't been telling us? She was using us to lure Calosa. It is her vessel that the High Seraph desires.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Sure, why not? That makes sense. Why not? In the original Final Fantasy Tactics, it was that the Seraph needed a vessel and used Alma's body, and then Ramza came in and then beat him up and then saved Alma. So like this whole time I was like, oh right, so they're just gonna take over Ramza and we need to save him. Nope, it just turns out that they were bait. Sure, why not? That makes sense. What? Question mark? Whatever, it doesn't matter. So, Ultima wants to live inside me. That's nice. That's cool. That's not creepy at all.
Matron's teats, Alma! How long have you been awake? Yay! Alma's awake! She's okay!
I've been a fool.
What is it, Fran?
I told our leader that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy.
General!
It is all right, Wagi. My intention was to claim one of these Auracites in the name of the Resistance and use its power to lay waste to the Garlian occupants, which was a plot point in Final Fantasy XII. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were.
You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say.
What? So that means never trust anyone? I mean, trust everyone because everyone, whatever. Trust everyone except Vieira, I guess. You are of every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to the Orbone Monastery and ask not in return, but that you let me join you in your rescue of Ramza.
What?
Do not misunderstand me. I do not wish for this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Golmore and Rabanaster, people who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power. You got it, Fran. Quest accepted! City of Lost Angels. Hey! Oh my gosh, is this Los Angeles? Oh my goodness, it's Los Angeles! Let's go, let's do this.
You're right, dear brother. We must do something. Do you have any suggestions, Capo? We do what we Moogles do best. Dance! Dance, I say!
High Seraph, ha! You've defeated tougher opponents on both Aldenard and Althard. Ultima will rue the day she rose up against the one and only warrior of light.
She will, won't she, Calosa?
Hope so. Oh, I remembered. Cha-chan. Oh, shoot. Beckoned by the Auracite, you arrive at the Orbone Monastery, vestige of an ancient civilization lost beneath the twisted roots and vines of a forbidden jungle. The dry papers claim this holy sanctuary to be where the tale of young Ramza Beluf began. Tonight, it is where your tale ends. If your vision is true, then not even the Zodiac Braves, warriors of light themselves, could defeat the High Seraph. Are you certain we should not allow Ramza's seal to endure? No. That would mean abandoning Ramza. But then what options are left to us? This is all my fault. I was convinced it was Ramza and my father who were bedeviled by the Auracite, when in fact, it was me all along. You are wrong, Alma. The Auracite held no power over you. It never did. Your concern for your family was justified, for they allowed their desires to cloud their own judgment. You needn't blame yourself for matters beyond your control. But what of Ramza? He's gone because he tried to save me! Please, Calosa, you must bring back my brother. I don't know what I would do if I lost him, too! It pains me as a father that I am powerless to save my own son. Calosa, I have asked much of you these past moons, but naught is more important than what I ask you now. Please, find Ramza. It was never my intention to deceive you. All right, it was not until it was. But you must understand that I was only thinking of my people. I have not once held you as an enemy, only as an obstacle. And now that I know what it is to be false, I hope we can work together to save the land from the terrible evil that draws ever nearer. I will not see the same paper. Oh, it's the same one. Wow, company muscle.
I've decided. I shall accompany you on your journey to rescue Ramza and see these muscles put to good. Your fellowship is in no dire need of another hand, you say? Of course. I shall be here training should you need me then. Okay.
Ramza exhibits talent as both an actor and a playwright, yet he lacked the sense to realize that aligning himself with a foreign barbarian would end in naught but failure. If only he had petitioned the Emperor. Oh, wow.
If anyone can rescue our Ramza from this peril, it's you. And I mean that, literally. Look around. Not one of us here is a fighter. You are our only hope.
When I was but a pup, I lived on the streets of Garlemald, or to be more precise, beneath the streets. My home was the sewers, and my family the countless other orphans who kept to the shadows lest they be carted off to the cerulean mines. Or worse. At least they were my home until the Senate voted to seal them off. When the purge came, my brothers and I were given no choice but to flee. So we ran and we ran, until there was nowhere left to run. Fortunately, a handful of influential families had taken pity on our plight and demanded that the Empire see to the care of those displaced children. For what is a nation's future if not their children? Or so they argued. The Senate conceded and proposed a system that would provide aid for families that adopted these sewerlings. It was the Lexentale family that took me in, and for many summers did I work as an errand boy for their troop while going to school and learning to play the lute. I suppose you could say that makes Ramza and I brothers, which is why I cannot bear to think of what would happen if he were not to return. I beg of you, Calosa, save him. You will find Ramza safe, I know it. May your gods be with you, Calosa. I assume you'll be soon dealing with this mess, dealing it a jab to the gut and a swift kick to the crotch.
Nah, that'll be Galgin. But I'll heal her while I'm doing it. Yes, it would appear that Ultima has abandoned Alma only to take possession of her poor brother. But riddle me this, Calosa. What type of being would require a mortal vessel? Correct, one without a corporeal form of its own. So the true question is then, now that the High Seraph has one in Ramza, what exactly will she become? Our only hope is that if Ultima requires Ramza's body to wield her might, then she will do everything in her power to keep it from harm.
We must do something, Calosa. Anything. We cannot let it end like this. Tyr would never forgive us.
And just when the boy had begun to return to his normal caring self. Oh, Ramza, I hope you are unhurt. When we were in Garlemald, the young Lexentale never spoke ill of others, and most certainly not of his sister. It wasn't until arriving in Kugane that his temperament began to change, and not for the better. He began lashing out at anyone that was different. His life in the Empire had not prepared him for what awaited on the outside, and the exile left him stripped of an identity which he still had much pride. He allowed his frustration to consume him, but such was to be expected from someone so young. Thank you. Calosa Whispersong, I ask that you look past Ramza's transgressions, for they are but a product of his youth. He is a good child, and does not deserve the fate that it has been dealt. Please, you must find him.
Shoo!
Or Bone Monastery. Or Bone! Ah! Let's do this. For the end! The ruins of the end monastery lie ahead, but do not think the path will be easy.
The ether here feels corrupted, Kupo.
Hobbies? My sister would not allow this, unless...
We should go barging in there alone, Kupo. Take this!
Whoa. Oh, I don't like that. I'm out. Devitalize. I don't like that. Oh, turn away. Oh, or kill them. A ghost! A ghost! Oh, ow. dead for standing in AoEs, I guess. Ow. Oof, there goes one of our tanks. These fights are not to be messed with. Impressive. Perhaps you are deserving of your accolades. But do you have an answer for this mist? Or is it ether?
This all feels familiar, like back in Ridorana.
Behind the waterfall. Only the names of these ruins lives on in my people. We have no knowledge of their past, nor do we wish it. Trespass to the monastery is avoided except when necessary.
I imagine this is what it's like to be swallowed by a morbol, Kupo.
Yeah, I know, right? Ahead! I see someone. No, something. My name is Mustadio Bonanza, and all paths lead through me. Dispose of Mustadio. The realm of the Machinists will be sealed off in 15 seconds. Right hand gun, and then he's gonna do left hand gun next. Nothing I cannot fix! These make line attacks, so don't stand where the lines are going to be. There we go. Rip VM. There we go. Okay, VM got it.
I see you.
Those are AoEs, I think? Yeah. Stop.
You shall promise. Promise won't save you from what comes next.
What the? He sees my weakness! Oh no! We have to show him the one part that's not a weakness!
Let this be your final testament. And what am I merely of to?
Oh my gosh, I just realized that our red mage is named Grahatia. I'm dying. Oh jeez. Well, I am dying. I'm just getting hit by this. I don't even care.
We're just warming up.
What? I healed. I used Medica. These ones are cubes. The 4 by 4. No, 2 by 2 cubes. Yeah, so that entire side is
I'm ready, bitch.
except for all the times you did in the game, Mustadio! I never used you because you're bad! Ha! Got him! That's what I get for healing people! I'll never heal people again.
My wrath's in the casket.
Thank you. Thank you, Galchin. I appreciate it.
Victory is not so close as
So
you
now
think.
he's doing line attacks and arrows. This should be a safe place. And blocks. Line and blocks. This should be a safe area though. Pew, 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 pew. It's been a while since I had to use a shield
Making
too.
this too easy.
First, ready. Oh, easy. This game is alive. Oh, thanks for the tactician, Elby. I appreciate it. Tell me, what is your darkest fear? Aw, jeez. Oh, I see him. He's over that way.
Let this be your final test.
No, LB! Oh! Woo!
You have proven yourself deserving of the title. Zodiac brave. With this, my journey can, at long last, come to conclusion.
Let's be honest, Mustadio. I didn't bring you to the end. I brought Beowulf. So, you wouldn't even been here if it was my choice. Ah. The last time I was here, oh my gosh, the only thing holding watch over these stones was a deafening silence. Could it be that the Guardian rose from its slumber upon sensing your master's Auracite? The ether is different here. Is this joy I feel, Capone? When the Empire marched upon Rabanastre, many who lived in the desert fled east to the sanctuary of the jungle. Many who were not turned away by my sisters are said to have taken refuge here. This wine looks good enough to drink. Do you think we should? No? All right,
The bell
Capone.
of youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
There is much pain. Another Lucavi. It appears to be a knight, but how? There is much paint in the ether here. A great loss, Capone. The Belu of youth guides your fate, but have you the strength to fulfill his legacy? Hey, Agrius. Oh, Ionica getting brave. Raise your shields against the falling light.
To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and final.
Use
Its
the
blade as
heavenly
cold as
shield.
steel.
Ah! Oh, don't like that. group gets to go in and fight an enemy. But for us, we have to stay out and do our own stuff. Raise your swords against the coming night! Ah!
7 shadows pass, 7 fates foretold. Yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone!
Okay. I can't reach over there, so I'm not going.
I call out to the sky, then tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder!
Whoop, rip that guy. Yeah, praise for Frosty Paws. Rip Frosty Paws. To the currents of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel! Ah!
The dreams of men are fleeting, yet they must be embraced if they are to flourish. Have you the faith to do as much?
Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm just gonna have to eat one. Just eat one. There we go. I got you, Galchin. Good.
Oh, divine light, send us from our sins! Gaze deep into the light!
We're pretty good now. That one is kind of
They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come!
Whoa.
Huh! On guard!
Oh, hey, we get to go into the other world now. The sword! Kill the souls before they can arrive. These ones need to get sorted. DPS handle the ones killed. There we go. 7 shadows pass, 7 fates foretold, yet at the end of the broken path lies death and death alone. Well fought, champion. I leave you to... bleh. Gosh darn it, you guys. Stop looking at things. I leave you now to your quest. My Ovelia awaits. She was a knight most noble, and her sacrifice will not be forgotten. My sisters will want to know much of her tale, I believe. Let me guess. Someone from the Durai Papers, Kupo? The path here ends, but that arcane circle, do you believe it's some sort of gate? That arcane circle is somehow connected to the Auracite. I can feel it, Kapow. Something here feels different than the monastery above. Otherworldly. Can you not feel it? An evil lurks here, one far beyond our ken. Might you recall earlier when I said the ether felt corrupted? Well, it's really corrupted now, Kapow.
Stand with me, brethren! Thank you. Okay, we can cheat. Whoa, don't like that. Easy game is like.
Once when I was very young, I heard the elders speak of a dark city where the horrors that haunt our nightmares would dwell. The Necrohole, they called it. The Necrohole of Mulod. Mulod? Now where have I heard that name
Your
before,
coming
Kapow?
was foretold, servant of Ivalice. Or perhaps you serve another. I am Count Sidolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here.
This Guardian, he's not like the first two. We must tread with care lest our journey meet a premature end. Wait, what is Sid doing down here, Kapow?
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed. I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder. To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel. Open your eyes to the darkness and drown in its loveless embrace. The gods will not be watching. Misfortune hangs heavy on a head once held high. Such is poor cover for when the heavens fall. Come, show me more. Seven shadows cast, seven fates foretold. Yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone. To live by the sword is to die by the sword. There is time enough for regret in the flames of hell.
We Gucci. Good job, peeps. Sorry, I'm not talking a lot.
The blade that severs the villain's head.
Yeah.
Endless is the path that leads him from hell.
Oh, that's me. Ah, I'm sorry. Ah! I'm running. There we go. Okay, I'm Gucci. I'm coming back.
You will need to withstand far more than this if you are to stand against the likes of her. Fallen, spirits of heroes fallen, rise! Pass thy judgment on those who would gaze unto the beyond!
Upon my holy blade, the very world lies in balance. And now the scales will tell.
That was merely the beginning, warrior of light! Merely the beginning!
Come, show me more. Escape is not so easily granted. Were you expecting a modicum of rust? You will find my defenses quite impenetrable.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead. I'm sorry.
A piteous display.
Out, 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 out!
They who dwell aloft have spoken.
Where is he going? Oh, shit.
Echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come.
Shoot. I can't res.
Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills.
Oh
A
no,
moment's
no,
hesitation
Annika, please!
beckons a
Annika,
lifetime.
please! Keep passing it. Good job. Keep passing it. Good job. Okay, we Gucci. We Gucci. Oh no. We got this. We got this. We got this. This is mine. No, don't come into mine. No, don't come into mine. We're gonna explode now because someone walked their
You will
thing
find
into
my
my
defenses
area.
quite impenetrable.
Oh no, we're gonna die twice! Well, here it comes. Thank you, LV. Good job. We got this, we got this.
The screams of ruin rise above the storm's discord. Shudder not in her endless cold.
We can do this. We Gucci, we Gucci.
Where's Graha? He never came back to join us. Thanks, loser. It's okay. We got this. We don't need him. We didn't need
Come
him.
and show me more.
This is safe.
The clouds have parted, and the skies cleared. It is time I bade you farewell.
Goodbye, TG Sid.
Something is wrong. I sense both anguish and rapture, Kupal.
The ether grows thick. She whom we seek must lie beyond the threshold. This mist I sensed before. The ether,
Is
it's
it
flowing.
sanctum you seek, my wayward children? Or perhaps you are come in search of power.
Sorry, Fran. She's interrupting you. It's not me this time.
That which lies at your feet, that blessed bauble can grant you both. You need but will it so. Now, take up your salvation and be gone. Mortal agency in matters divine shall not be suffered.
Thanks for being main tank, Aonica. Oh, is it the Agrius armor? Yeah, it's Agrius's armor. Someone is saying, I want it so bad! And it's like, yeah, well, there you go. Did I say yes?
You shall rue the day you raised your eyes to the heavens.
Whoop-a-doodle.
Kneel before me.
Oh, rip those guys. Because after that, she does some AoEs. See? Rip. Nice dodge there, Galgin.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
My wrath. These make line attacks, so don't stand where the lines are. Look like where that one is going to be.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon.
You can't fight these, but they'll do it. Oh, darkest of vessels, you are my sword! You are my reign!
Kneel before me.
And also watch out for watchers.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Time waits for no one!
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon
To maintain order, one must first have control.
Death awaits defiance.
What the? Aw, jeez! Everything at once! Shoot! Oh! Hold is the blade that severs the villain's head. What the? The Warriors of Light! She weaves her foul magics! Get in!
Simmer as the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence.
We can't do
Your
this!
sins, your souls are undone.
We're going to die!
You will not intervene.
What is she doing? The barrier will not last! We must stop her! Nope. Didn't last. Because everyone died at that other time. Maybe, it's okay. Everyone died. Only Ionica and Calosa survived that one. It was pretty bad. Someone says that was a good recovery. We didn't recover, so no, it wasn't. It wasn't a good recovery. I've had times when like we have died like that and then just we recovered. It's not easy, but it can be done. Guess what? People don't know how to do this one because no one does this one a lot. That's fine. Good practice. Good practice. Alright, let's go! What despair? Quit whining, you guys. No, no ready check, just go! Just go! I'm gonna do it. No! Slash disappointed. Ah!
You shall rue the day you raised your eyes to the heavens. Kneel before me.
No, this isn't good. No, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh! I blame the Reaper.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
I'm Gucci. I'm Gucci. Right there.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. Kneel before me. Denizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Time waits for no one!
Denizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
To maintain order, one must first have control.
Death awaits
Here it
defiance.
comes! Don't die, people! Oh, stack, stack, stack! Woo! What? What? How? What the crap? Honed is the blade that severs the villain's head. Endless is the path that leads him from hell. It is time to end this!
Bear your steel.
She weaves her foul magics! Only we can shield you from doom! To me, heroes! To me!
Simmered as the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence. Your sins, your souls are undone.
Here's my barrier. Nice barrier. Here's
You
mine.
will not intervene.
What is she doing? The barrier will not last. We must stop her. Is it over? No!
I am the only god.
We can't do it! Such fury! Oh! No! What the? Now is not the time to stay our blades! Ramza! Children of Heidelin, make it swift! You are her only hope!
Few can claim to have endured the might of my will. Denizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Woo! Oh wait, no, never mind. It's gonna move.
Kneel before me.
Ah, the windies. You know, when he's gonna tank buster,
Your very
there's a cooldown.
soul shall not escape my
Just saying.
wrath.
Just saying.
Kneel before me. Denizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Following the leader, the leader, the leader. We're following the leader wherever she may go.
Denizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Oh, tank buster! Oh no, jeez. No! Oh, thank you, Galgian. Oh, jeez, that was a close one.
Bend to my will.
Yeah! Oh, this is a bad one. Don't move! Don't! Oh!
Kneel before me.
Go, go, go! Oh! Can't even heal! Can't even save people! Ah! Start resing people? Jeez. I don't think I can reach them. Can I? Yeah, okay, I can.
I see it now. In you.
His blood, my vanquisher in times long past, but not so soon. I shall accept defeat.
Denizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Easy game, easy life. See, this is no
I am
problem.
your mother. I am your maker. I am Ivalice. Consign me unto darkness, and your light will be forever lost.
That's fine. Ivalice is already gone, so it doesn't matter. Get out of here, Ultima. No one cares. Ugh. The final ruins.
Yeah! We did it!
Forbone Monastery complete. Yes. That was one of the quickest runs you've done. Wow, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, other person. And what do we have here? Stands ready to fight for truth, justice, and the Evolution way. Yeah! Alright, let's get out of here. Finally, we're done, and we never have to do that again until it comes up in a roulette, which it does all the time, because I'm like the one person who has it. Who has it unlocked. Ramza! Just covered in Auracite. That Sprout Paladin tanking in the last phase. It's okay, Alteron. I know that you were the best one in the times when it counted.
He's awake, Kupo! But is it truly him?
Mm-hmm.
Kupo!
Thank you. Thank you all for coming to my aid.
We're glad you're safe, Ramza.
Except not really, because you're the worst character in this entire thing, and I kind of didn't want to save your stupid butt. But I mean, that's what heroes do, is save people that they hate. What the? The first Ramza! The Warrior of Light! And you have my thanks, noble warrior of light. You have achieved what I could not.
Well, to be fair, you had like 6 characters in your group and I had 24, so not really the same, but well, I'll take it.
And you, bearer of my blood and the blood of House Durai, thank you for seeing my final wish fulfilled. Rip you! Oh, it's all the other Zodiac Braves! All 3 of them. The one I only used Agrius at the end. Everyone else, I was just like, nope! Generic characters all! My sacrifice has finally been given meaning.
Ramza. Yeah, there's his contingent of randos!
Where's the white mage?
That was the one that I had. Is there a summoner? I think that's the summoner in the back.
Now, my friends, let us retire to Mother Heidelin's bosom, that we may finally rest.
Oh, it's even a Worker 6 in the back.
Goodbye, Worker 6. You are the greatest of us all.
Now there's the white mage. Good on you, white mage. Except it was a dude one. I had a female one because of course it was a female one. Let's be honest. I was 10 and the white mages are the best and it was a girl. So come on. Cut me some slack.
Farewell. You are the true heroes of this story.
Ore no monogatari da! Kore ga ore no monogatari da!
There we go.
Elita! He didn't go back into Heidelin to rest just yet because he wanted to wait for his bestest friend so they could make out. Furiously typing fan fiction.
Elita, how I have missed you, old friend. Forgive me, Ramza. You deserved better than what history gave you. I could have done more. I am truly sorry.
Oran and Alma waited too.
These countless centuries did I long for the day that we might meet her once again. And now the time has finally come. Heidelin beckons us both, but not Oran or Alma. They get to be ghosts forever, I guess. What?
Beckons us all! Come on, Elita! Jeez. Aww, they get to be friends forever again. Yay! Happy ending for all. Smell you ghosties later. Oh, no Balthier shirt for Elvie. What was the point then? Jeez. Did I get any commends though? I don't think I did. Also, when you tank, you never get commends in there because there's no other tank. So like they either all go to heals or they all go to DPS. I got one commendation. I didn't get all of them. I'm sorry. The Arcanites really are suicidal though. I kept running into people's AoEs while they were trying desperately not to kill me. That was fun. Yeah, but Galjan saved my life, I think. Like, I got stuck and then I got hurt. And then, like, there was an AoE, like 3 AoEs on me. And, like, I managed to get one Athleta Solus off. But I think Galjan got another one off before it went off. So, that was cool. It was really nice. Pretty cool. Here we are, Calosa. I cannot thank you enough for all you have done for my family. And that is before you saved me from the High Seraph. You rescued my brother, and for that I shall always be indebted to you. You will be in my heart always, Calosa. I'm not making out with you either. You're alive! Oh, but of course you are. You'd think that after this many triumphs, you might grow tired of saving the world. Consider us all fortunate that you haven't. But they were there, Hurdy, clear as day. The hero Ramza and the good King Elita. Why would I lie about something like that, Kupo? My question is, why wouldn't you? Still, after what we've all been through in the past few days, I might be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. This time, Kupo! Calosa, it is almost sad to see our quest come to an end. Although we have given the land scholars much to consider, Charlian will have to open a school at Evolution Studies. Are we to keep up? I have not ever seen someone say it that way, but sure, Mikoto. Are we to keep up? Whatever. I owe you an apology, Calosa. I was wrong to doubt you. Whether it be in council room or on the field of battle, you have proven yourself more than worthy of the many praises the bards sing. I'm glad to have counted you an ally, for I would not wish you upon even my worst enemy.
Despite what Lady Fran says, I had no doubt you would come through in the end. It's been an honor, Calosa. Only wish Bagamnon were here to celebrate with us this day.
Thanks, Calosa. If aught ill had befallen Ramsay, his mother would have risen from the live stream to haunt us for all eternity. Oh, you presume I jest? You're back, and with Ramza. Oh, I worried for you so, for both of you. Words cannot describe how happy we all are to see Ramza back aboard the Prima Vista, and it is literally my job to use words to describe things. Okay. You've done it again. Not that there was any doubt. Oh, there were those who doubted you, and I shan't name names, but I was not amongst them. I always knew you would be a beast. A lion, a beastly lion. Yeah, thanks, Alex. Thanks, Galjan. That was really close. That was a... it has been a rare day when someone is the one who snatches me from the jaws of death. Let me just say a thing or two. Tell me, Calosa, what was it like? Did the angel scream when you clipped her wings? Oh, I apologize. I seem to have allowed myself to get caught up in the excitement. I actually abhor violence. 'Tis why I joined the Majestic instead of taking up steel for the Imperial Army. Well, that and because I fell in love with Ramza the first time I laid eyes on him. I mean, fell in love with his magnificent performance, of course. What did you think I meant? Is it hot in here? You know what? You can have him. Company Muscle! My favorite. I see you handled matters on your own. Not that I believed you wouldn't. With the amount of time that you obviously devote to your training, victory was all but guaranteed. Ah ha ha ha. You have saved Ramza. You have saved my brother. If there's anything I can do to repay you, name it and it is yours. God's damned theater kids. Yep. I can't wait to be out of here. Oh, look at him hugging his kids. He's so happy. And Sid just appeared out of nowhere. I'm so sorry, Ramza, Alma. I convinced myself my research was the most important thing in my life, all while you two were standing right before me. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive your father? Alright, have fun, Alex. See you around. I actually never looked at your health or debuffs when looking for Blackest Night targets because you're the best at video games. Aw, Tara, thanks. It's alright. We are still here, are we not? And we triumphed. We proved your theory true. Ivalice existed. Ramza existed. And Durai was not a heretic, but a hero. Now all that remains is to tell the world. No, my son. We needn't burden ourselves further. But father, we cannot allow our ancestors' name to remain... And we will not. It's simply not in the matter you think.
I shall be adding a final act to the Zodiac Brave story, telling of how Ramza the Forgotten Hero and his chronicler Oran Durai smote the Angel of Blood and saved Ivalice from an age of darkness, before quietly embarking on a final journey that would take them far beyond the horizon. Except they did it because Oran got burned at the stake and Ramsay just left him out there alone to die. Oh, and Elita was never a nice guy and never was happy with Ramza and got himself shanked by his own wife because he was a loser jerk, and he definitely didn't deserve to hug his best friend when they went back off into the ethereal sea together. And Elita's story was all about how he was actually power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and he became the very thing he swore to defeat. And that was why his was a tale of sadness and bad and not to be a good thing to look up to. And Elita is bad and I don't like him. There you go. This whole thing, I've been really kind and nice about the story and trying my best and damnedest to be nice, but I really do not like the whole Elita deal. Being all like, oh, I'm actually a nice king who loved his best friend and stayed behind to welcome him back to live stream. No, Elita was a jerk. And I hate the retelling. I hated that retcon, and I hated it. I'm sorry. There we go. Rant over. Let's continue. And of course, I shall not leave out those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramza, because I used them more than I used the actual characters in this stupid raid, without whom the young noble would surely have perished.
Is that what you truly want, Father? For the story to end?
It will only end on the stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. King Elita and Oran envisioned the Virgo as a beacon which would lead future generations to the truth about the founding of their kingdom. They were right, and just as the pendants guided us, now we shall guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. I would offer you my thanks again, Calosa, but thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you have given us. By the way, remember I've been talking about that guy who constantly doesn't like the fact that I don't like things about this game? Me getting angry about Delita, the Delita retcon was literally the thing that got me kicked out of his Discord, because I was telling people that they weren't allowed to enjoy things, despite the fact that everyone else was praising it, and I was like, it was good, but it had one bad part in it, and that one bad part was enough to tell him that he was feeling attacked. Anyway, there you go. That's my rant about how people literally cannot accept that bad thing. Sometimes there is a bad plot point in a video game, and that maybe you don't agree with them, but the first thing you should do is obviously just kick people out and never interact with them ever again. Can't wait to play Tactics so I can see how much of a jerk Delita is, Aqua says. Yeah, Delita is not he's not even an anti-hero, he's just a jerk. I don't even like him, whatever. It's not a big deal. Anyway, perhaps after I complete the Zodiac Brave story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary Warrior of Light and her adventures across the 3 great continents. Then you'll have your work cut out for you, my friend. Calosa has enough battles under her belt to fill at least 3 tomes, if not 4. Or, hey, get it? 4? Get it? 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and this was 4.0? And now we're up to 5 and 6. Jeez.
Would you stop doing that, Sid?
And her tale is far from over, isn't it?
Of course not. Let's do this. I just hope Rian will be able to understand my feelings. Zodiac, you're right at the end of the Return to Ivalice tale. Sorry, but thanks for coming.
Alright, this is our final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. Positions, everyone!
Yes, Principal.
Lights, music. There will be no more mistakes from you two. Am I clear?
Mother crystal clear, Kapow! Calosa ran away from home to join the circus. I mean the theater. They are gonna perform the new act. Thanks, Elena. I was here watching the dress rehearsals.
I figured it out. Begin!
Doing well, Sonic. Actually, yeah, this has been pretty good recently. Whatever will we do? The church has branded us heretics. No home awaits us in Ivalice.
We shall embark on a journey together. Together. The crystal's call has been answered and evil vanquished from the land. We are now free to soar like the griffin.
Free? But how?
By casting off our noble names and forging a new path. One not bound by fate. And on that path we shall meet new friends, make a new family. And unto them we shall entrust the true tale of our deeds, that they may carry on our legacy for all eternity.
Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast.
In sword etched he his fading memories.
In stone he tempered his skill.
By sword attested, by stone revealed. Their tale can now be told!
Bravo! Bravo! You both were wonderful!
I'm inclined to agree with Lady Muirlaw's sentiments, but there is always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone. Again from the top.
I thought you said this was the last dress rehearsal for the night. Gentlemen, don't lie. Don't lie to your peeps. They're not going to trust you. Yeah, this is still 14, yeah. Alteron, this is all great. This is all great until you remember that in this version they're siblings. No, they are siblings. They were always siblings. I'm just saying. This is what happened in Final Fantasy Tactics. They literally just hopped on a chocobo, said, "See ya, jerks," and just rode off into the sunset together, and then Orin got himself burned at the stake. It was great. I'm just saying, Ramza's stupid, yeah. Again, I've had enough of this. I was promised a starring role, Kapow. It's in my contract. Kapow! Oh, hush, brother, before Genimus has us back to polishing boot buckles again.
Ha 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 ha.
Freeze frame, roll credits. No, in Tactics, they were always siblings. They were always siblings. It was, what was it? It was Princess Ash, Princess Ashelia. That was her husband, is her twin brother now. Meanwhile, in the Clockwork City of Gaug, the Empire! What are they doing?
Could it be? What? It's Gabranth! Well... Sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here bears striking similarities to our own. It was true, they are descended from Gaugians. Excellent. Let the Eorzeans play with their baubles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless. Oh crap, the defector! He wasn't there. The guy who was constantly talking about how, like, oh, Gaug is a goo place and how it's a homecoming and we need to go back there. And he wasn't there at the very end because he went to go tell Gabranth about it, that little jerk. LV, don't you dare take Math Boss away, Empire. He belongs in his home. Exactly. A weapon powerful enough to carve a gateway to the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this Tartarus. Wouldn't you all agree? No, Math Boss! Is this the same? Yeah.
When I return to Charlian, I will put a research with the students of Valdesian for an increase in field research. But I think I shall start with something in Lower Ninosha. Thank you, Calosa. Oh, cute little bow. Cute little bow. Cute little bow.
I hope the next act was to your liking. It may still change, seeing as we have yet to finish our rehearsals, but I believe Father has another masterpiece on his hands. I've always admired my father, but never more than I do now. I finally have come to understand why it was so important for him to tell the tales that he did, even if those actions did see him driven from his home. Still, I worry that we may never find our place here in this foreign land, that our voices may never be heard. Everything we knew is gone, everything we worked for behind us. Will the people of Althard and Aldenard accept us for what we have to offer in spite of who we were? Will they flock to our stage to hear our stories? Will they laugh at our jests and weep for our losses? I know it is childish to fret over such matters, but perhaps I am still just a child, desperate for the acceptance of strangers, despite the fact I am already accepted by my friends and family. Something happened that day I laid hands on my mother's necklace. My father would have me believe it was the hero of Ramza's Auracite, the Virgo, that dispelled the fear and hate in my heart and replaced it with love. I'd like to believe that it was not only the Holy Stone, but me, growing up, journeying to a new land, meeting new people, learning of new cultures and customs. These things ignited a flame inside me, a flame of change. You, Mont Blanc, Herdy, Mikoto, Master Sid, Boagi, Fran, even Lena, you have all helped fan that flame, that they may rise to a conflagration to burn away the old Ramza, leaving what stands here before you now. My father spoke of one day authoring a play that would chronicle your adventures. I believe I will tell him to abandon that endeavor, for I wish to author it myself. That is, if you would allow it. You're welcome here any time, Calosa, and I hope that you will take time to visit and tell us more of your deeds. I shall be waiting.
Thanks are not nearly enough for all you have provided us, but sadly they are all I have to offer. Thank you, Calosa. You watched our rehearsal, so you have witnessed firsthand the fruits of my father's labor. It is now on us, the players, to see their seeds cast across the realm. From fleeing the Empire to searching for a new audience, from finding the truth of our ancestors to bringing back my mother and saving my brother, many paths were walked on this journey. But ultimately, they all led here. Was it merely the Auracite that guided us to Orbone Monastery? Or was it, dare I say, fate? Our exile, our arrival in Hingashi, my father's disappearance. Without even a single one of these things, our paths may not have crossed. If that is not fate, then... Now that Ramza's desire has been fulfilled, the Auracite set in this necklace appears to have lost its blessing. Perhaps it's for the best, but I am simply glad that a piece of my mother remains. I shall not say farewell, for I would not have this meeting be our last. Allow me instead to offer a prayer. Mother, abandon not your wayward children of Ivalice, but deliver us from our sins, that we might know salvation. That was, I think, that was per the princess who said that at the very beginning of the game. I owe you, oh, I was wrong to tell you, yeah, it's the same. Oh, unlike our demand for soldiery, both Tataru and Lady Yugiri seemed much more amicable to his request. Perhaps they remembered how only recently Aozi had received the refugees fleeing from Doma and Alamigo, and perhaps it was I who reminded them. As for now, I must return to Dalmasca with these tidings, and somehow not only convince the myriad resistance factions to cease their infighting, but also cooperate in the organization of a method in which refugees might be transported safely across the borders. Needless to say, I have my own work cut out for me, but even then, it is only the beginning. Once the refugees are safe, there is still a war to be fought, and to be won. And when that time comes, do not be surprised when I come again calling. Records found, initiating query protocol. Gentlemen. What? Oh, no, wait. We already said that. What is special about the Garlian occupation of Dalmasca? We did those. Mikoto. We did all of those. Okay. We Gucci. Okay. Throw undering dramaturge. I run, you give chase. I am the heart, and you the... something. But this heart has laid... Ah, Calosa! You've caught me again in the throes of a bloody bout with my arch-nemesis, writer's block. Perhaps a change of pace would serve me well. Was there a you needed? Oh, here we go. This was what I wanted to, because this one talks about Viera culture in Final Fantasy XIV. Ah, yes. I have learned much of the Leporine folk during my travels, so let us start out with the most basic of details. There exist two distinct clans, the light-skinned Vina Viera and the darker-skinned Rava Viera. The Rava Viera are Stefan. The word Viera itself means people of the wood, and to that name, both the Rava and the Vina make their homes exclusively in the Golmore jungle, or the primeval forests which lie in the southwestern foothills of the Scate range, respectively. Until recently, perhaps the past several generations, a Viera living outside her homeland was unheard of, and those who abandoned their tribe were branded outcasts. You see, the Viera follow a strict code called the Green Word, Woodward, which binds them to their land and prohibits all contact with the outside world unless absolutely necessary. And Fran is also a Rava Viera, that's true. Similar to that of the Mikote Keepers of the Moon, the Viera societal hierarchy is strictly matriarchal. You'll find no males in the villages of both the Vina and the Rava, let alone in positions of rule. Yet that does not mean they do not play an important role in Viera society. The males take up the mantle of Wood Warder, protectors of the forest, and serve their tribes by seeing no evil encroach on the tribe's sacred demons. Males, for the most part, are reclusive, shunning contact with even their own kin, save for the rare occasion they return to the village of birth to sow their seed and claim any boys who have reached adulthood. But I shall speak of that queer custom at length later. In other words, tread not the wood in hopes of finding a male Viera, for you will be met with naught but disappointment. Or worse, death. This was supposed to be the fact that you could only have females and the males never left and blah 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 blah. But now people kept whining about it, so now there are male Viera. This, however, was not to discredit the martial prowess of female Viera. The women of the wood are as formidable as the men, and merely choose to devote their attentions to the protection of their hearth and young. Without a supportive community, the males must constantly struggle to survive,
Food, clothing, weapons, medicines, all must be procured or crafted by the individual and without the aid of another. The male lives alone and dies alone. This has gone unchanged for countless generations. I spent many a moon in the desert, Sapphire, and while I saw all manner of wondrous creatures, not once did I lay mine eyes upon a male Vieira, nor did I hear of one living in the city. They simply do not exist to us. They simply do not exist. Da-da-da-da-da-dun! For the Vieira, the hands of time move at a far more leisurely pace than they do for the rest of us. Whereas a Huor might consider themselves fortunate to see, say, 80 winters before her return to the live stream, a Vieira can endure up to 12 score or more. It is estimated that upwards of 8 in 10 Vieira are born female. So 12 score, wait, 4 score is 80. So 12 score, jeez! 12 times 20, that's it, 12 times 20, so that's 240, I think? 240 years the Vieira can live. It is estimated that upwards of 8 in 10 Vieira are born female, though it is not until at least the 13th name day, when the individual moves from adolescence to adulthood, that the individual's gender becomes apparent. This is actually, they literally were like asking this of gosh, I'm forgetting his name. Matsuo. They were asking Matsuo all about this, and they were like, wait a minute, so even if you were to look at an adolescent, like a 6-year-old Vieira, side by side, if you were to look at them even naked, you would not be able to tell. They just look exactly the same. I guess they don't even have genitals until they're 13, question mark? Whatever, it's stupid. I don't get it, it's dumb, whatever. Then, for the next 2 centuries, will the Vieira maintain its physical youth, rendering it nigh impossible to discern one's age simply from outward appearances. Which is where Vaughn's great question of, how old are you again, Fran? And everyone just like, oh no, Vaughn, please don't. When it is revealed that a Vieira kit is a male, he will be given into the care of another, that it may learn the ways of the wood warder, protectors of the forest. Once every 3 to 5 summers, male Vieira will descend from the trees to a nearby village to mate. It is at this time, if there are any recently discovered jacks still living among the females, that the older male will make them his wards and teach them how to survive without the crutch of companionship. Only following countless seasons of training and strict adherence to the green word will the students themselves earn the title of master and be allowed to seek solitude. More than a few will perish during this brutal rite of passage, further thinning the tribe's males, until only those with the strongest seed remain. As I explained before, the duty of a male Vieira, a wood warder, is to see that their tribe's demons remains untouched by the destructive whims of outsiders. Yet, they do so from the shadows, oft choosing to shoot first, and not even bother with questions. The females, on the other hand, are much more open to their relationship with the wood, though I use the term open in the loosest of senses. More than simply defend the forest, they seek also to nurture it, clearing undergrowth, removing fallen trees, planting seeds, eradicating vermin. Efforts by past kings to bring Vieira lands under Dalmascan rule have been met with either indifference or violence. As of late, Rabanastre has suffered the Vieira their self-governance with the promise the villages will not take up their bows against the throne. When I was younger and far more fool than I am now, I asked a Vieira if she did not find her tribe's ways awkward. Was it not within the natural order for males and females of a species to coexist? The woman answered me thus: the value of coexistence will not be found neath a loincloth. Long has our kind endured understanding that the distance twixt 2 bodies does not dictate the distance twixt 2 souls. They're Ken dolls until adolescence, exactly. The star you know! Yeah, star you know exactly which is which. My theory is that they are born covered in fur so thick that you can't see anything. Yeah, so it's like downy feathers, you're thinking, Aqua? That would make sense. When I spoke with Lady Fran about her efforts to see Dalmasca's displaced relocated to both Doma and Eorzea. A shrewd bit of compromise, if there ever was one. Not only will it save lives, but give the Resistance one less thing to worry over, allowing them more time to concentrate on uniting their ranks. And there was no easy way for the Alliance to refuse the entreaty without painting themselves as heartless as the Empire. This is the children and the elderly we're talking about here. Nevertheless, a logistical nightmare awaits those tasked with seeing the masses safely across the eastern and western borders. It'll be quite an undertaking, and many might still perish. However, it's my deepest desire that Dalmasca might eventually follow in the footsteps of her neighbors, and finally break free of the Imperial yoke. Ah, did I say deepest desire? Considering recent events, that was in poor taste. My apologies. Oof. Hey, Genomis. Yesterday, Ivalice was a legend. Today, it is history, and it is all thanks to your selfless efforts. No longer need I hide my heritage, for you have shown it to be noble. I only pray this final act I have penned proves worthy of them and their deeds. Granted, it still requires much polishing. And yes, I am fully aware that my conclusion to Ramza's tale differs from that which you saw in your vision and learned in the halls of Mulond, but that was rather the point. I wanted people to see Ramsay in control of his own fate, ending his story on his own terms. Entrusting faith to future generations is noble, but it diminishes the accomplishments of Ramsay and his companions, which is why I granted them the victory they deserved. History remembers those who prevailed, and thus will his name endure. Now, is there what else you wish to ask of me? Oh, here we go. Are you ready, kids? Let's go ask Fran how hairy she was as a child. You will get slapped so hard. As I believe I have explained before, the hero Ramza Belov and the pauper become King Elita Herol was the closest of companions through most of their adolescence. Oh boy, more text! Aqua's ready. Ramza was the youngest son of House Belov, an old and respected bloodline of warriors. Elita was the son of farmers in service to the Belovs. Normally, one mightn't expect the paths of two such different backgrounds to cross, but fate chose to intervene. When Delita's parents fell victim to a terrible plague, Ramza's father takes the orphan boy and his sister into his home and raises them as his own. Sensing greatness in young Ramza, Barbeth elects to enroll him in the Royal Military Academy with Ramza. However, but not several moons before their graduation, does great tragedy befall them both. Noble children from across the realm are being abducted by a radical faction of dissident knights and ransomed to their families. Among those kidnapped is Delita's only sister, Tietra, mistaken to be of high birth for her place at Barnabeth Belov's table. Or at least so they thought. It turns out the whole affair is a plot set in motion by a petty noble by the name of Argath Adalphus. Yes, the very course you encountered deep within the ruins of Lysalia. You see, Argath and Elita were classmates at the academy, yet the former despised the latter, jealous of the base-born upstart who is always first in his class, from swordplay to letters. And so Argath approaches the renegade knights and tells them of Ramza's sister, only instead describing Alma's features. He gives them Tietras that they might kidnap his true rival's kin, and they do. However, when the commander overseeing the rescue efforts of those noble children learns that it is not Alma, but Tietra they have taken, he abandons all attempts at peaceful exchange with the brigands, refusing to waste valuable resources on a mere commoner. Ramza and Delita's plead with the officer to reconsider, but the order to storm the knight's hideout and burn it to the ground are carried out with cold precision. The mission is a success, and the dissidents, including Argath, are slain to a man, but so too is poor Tietra. Having learned the true worth of his blood, Elita leaves both the academy and his friends Ramza behind to forge a new path, one that would ultimately lead to war. 5 summers will pass before the two meet again. Honestly, I'm not sure if I'm getting P4AU. Maybe? I don't know. I'm thinking, but like, I've got so much crap on my table. Drink water. Thanks, Aqua. I'll drink some water here. I'm so excited to play P4AU with my friend back home. No, Galjan, tell me how it is. Maybe then I'll think about it. According to my ancestors' writings, Tietra's passing did not only serve to shape Elita, but Ramza as well. Ramza was possessed of two older brothers, who had both reputations for themselves as fearless and cunning warriors worthy of the Baelov name. However, soon after the raid that sees Teatra slain, Ramza learns of his brother's involvement in the affair. The Shulk, upon realizing his own kin's disdain for the common man, is too much to bear, and Ramza abandons his duty as son of House Baelov, choosing instead to consign himself to a life of wayfaring. It is while serving a band of mercenaries that he meets Oran Durai. Oran, adoptive son of General Sidolphus Orlando, is tasked with his father to discover the identity of those truly behind the War of the Lions, though what he discovers will mark him for life. Orlando was long an enemy of House Baelov, but the general had always been a proponent of peace. On many an occasion did he attempt to stave the hands of conflict by providing a resolution that would benefit both sides, only to find his efforts thwarted by a force unseen. Throughout all this, the Church maintained its neutrality, openly refusing to endorse either order. Yet this was little more than a facade. The truth was they silently wielded their influence over both sides, seeking to draw out the war that their armies might grow ever weaker. It is during this time that the Church begins its search for the Zodiac stones, or what we now know as Auracite. Their aim is to gain support of the war-weary small folk by dangling the promise of peace delivered by legendary warriors descended from the heavens, the Zodiac Braves. Oran Durai suspects the plot might just bring great harm to the realm, but lacks the proof he requires to implicate the Church in any wrongdoing. When all hope is nearly lost, Oran encounters Ramza, already branded a heretic by the Church for his discovery of several of the clergy's inconvenient truths, and learns that together they might be able to make a difference, for Ramza holds a shard of Auracite that he stole from Cahukalane, if I recall. At that point, it was the Cahukalane one. Anyway, threatened by Ramza's actions, but unable to successfully subdue the young man or his Auracite, the Church turns their attention to Sidolphus Orlando and condemns the general as they did Ramza and a ploy to drive him from the kingdom. This betrayal by the Church only serves to embolden Sidolphus, and it is not long before he joins Ramza and his son in their efforts to prevent the Auracite's blight from spreading further. Yeah, they tried to backstab the, strongest dude in the, world. And, it's the dumbest thing they could have done. The only thing they could have done was, sit on their side so that he could start murdering Ramza, but no, they're idiots. Anyway, how did Ramza use the Auracite? While Delita waged his war for all to see, Ramza remained hidden, choosing to deal with the Lucavi from the shadows. When the tiny fellowship was not hunting the horrors spawned by the holy stones, they were hounded by knights and brigands set upon them by the Church. Yet despite this, Ramza oft found his thoughts returning to his old friend, Elita, now an intelligencer in the Order of the Southern Sky. Elita had also not forgotten about his childhood companion, learning of both Ramza's troubles and the Church's scheming soon after joining the Order. He would not, however, come to Baelov's aid. Hyrule had proven himself a capable warrior and a charismatic leader, and was using this momentum to silently orchestrate a play for Ivalice's throne. If he were to openly oppose the Church, it would prove disastrous. Ramza, though, has already been branded a heretic. Through Ramza, Delita might freely raise his sword against the Church without consequences to himself, as long as their allegiance remained unknown. Now, one might view this as the future king simply using his companion to see to his own desires to fruition. Why, even Oran himself opines the matter in his papers. However, both Delita and Ramza were quick to recognize that as long as the blight engendered by the Auracite was allowed to spread unchecked, the true peace would never be realized. Their solution was ingenious. Delita took his place on the field of battle to bring an end to the War of the Lions, while Ramza took to the shadows to excise the otherworldly cankers that befouled the realm from within. Oh yeah, P4AU is finally getting ported, blah blah blah. The problem is that I already have P4AU. I already bought it. So it's I don't want to buy it again. So that's kind of my problem. I don't know. What was the Orbone Monastery? The Durai papers tell us that the Orbone Monastery overlooks a grand cataract on a river known as the Zyrchil. The building was allegedly ancient in Oran's time, with no record as to exactly when or by whom it was constructed. We do know, however, that the building had deep ties with the Atkasha dynasty, rulers at the time of the War of the Lions, and was often used by the royal family to house prisoners, before finally being converted into a place of worship, a tradition that seemingly continued even after its conversion, because they kept the princess hidden there. Oren writes that Princess Ovilia Atkasha, the last rightful heir to the Ivalician throne, was confined in the cloister for much of her young life before her eventual marriage to Elita. Yet though the Cenobites at Orobone were part of a contemplative order within the Church of Glabados, they remained oddly exempt from the High Confessor's authority. Now you may ask, if Orobone was a monastery, then why was Ovilia, a girl, admitted? Well, it appears early scholars have misinterpreted an important term. In ancient Evolution, the word for monastery and convent are the same. However, seeing as Orobone was inhabited not by monks but by nuns, to have been better suited had the word been referred to as abbey, which itself is more encompassing. In addition to their daily prayer, these nuns crafted ales and wines from ingredients grown on their land and sold them to desert townships that lacked ready access to potable water. While the Durai papers indicate the monastery, or abbey, as Ramza's final destination before his disappearance, it does not state why his journey was to take him there. It is only through the vision provided to you by the Echo that we now know the reasoning behind such an obvious omission. Unable to destroy the Auracite or its creator, Ramza realized it was only a matter of time before others would be lured by the promise of power offered by the stones, and so he bid his companions strike him from history that none might be tempted to follow in his wake. Yet Oren did not heed his friend's final wish, opting instead to tell the young hero's tale in a chronicle that would be passed down in secret for countless generations, or at least most of the tale.
Yeah, if you're mostly in it for just the story and the single-player experience, then there's no real reason. Yeah, I'm not the type of person who likes to play fighting games, like, online, because, like, I'll just get beat up. So, like, yeah, there's no big reason for me to buy it a second time. But, like, I'll be happy to watch. I love watching fighting games. I'll be happy to watch it. Yeah. But yeah, I love watching fighting games, and like I've always been like kind of secretly trying to see if people are like playing Persona 4 Arena, but like no one's playing it now, so like it's kind of sad. But I do check every once in a while. What is the Golmore Jungle? The Golmore Jungle is an endless swath of pristine emeralds situated in the southeastern corner of Dalmasca on the Nakshan border. The hot and humid climes of the region have given rise to a nigh impenetrable expanse of towering sentinels and noisome bogs in which all manner of flora and fauna is allowed to flourish without the interference of man. Our very own Mont Blanc, however, claims that on his short trapeze through the region, he stumbled across numerous ruins of unknown origin. From what we have learned from our own research and expeditions, I would surmise these sites are somehow connected to Ivalice. While it is true that the Durai papers make no mention of a jungle the likes of Golmore, the more than 1,000 summers have passed since my ancestor penned this chronicle. Any number of things could have happened, could have given rise to a marked change in the environment, even one of your calamities, perhaps. And one cannot speak of Golmore without the mention of its enigmatic inhabitants. As you know, the rainforest is also home to the Vieira, self-proclaimed guardians of the wood. Though those who claim that title count themselves fewer with each coming spring, as more and more of the Leporine abandon their ancestral homes for the comforts of the cities. Still, many Vieira continue their adherence to a strict code that has governed their people since ere the age of Ivalice. None may enter the jungle, and none may leave. To the Vieira, Golmore is sacred ground, and they will not suffer what they view as desecration of their sovereign domain by outsiders. This is especially true for those who would dare hunt on their lands. At least you're not having to rely on the Switch's online connectivity, yeah. I should play some Soul Calibur for me? Oh, thanks, I would love it. I would love it, Alteron. There's no words to get in the formerly Japan, blah, 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 yeah. I like the Vieira lady in Final Fantasy 12. What, you mean Fran, Alteron? Or are you talking about a different one?
The Durai papers contain but a single passage on Ultima, revealing how it was the High Seraph who created the Auracite and cast its shards across the face of Heidelin. While your encounter with the darkness in Mulod confirms this claim, we remain blind to the purpose for which the stones are forged. That said, it appears the Auracite itself contains no evil. The stones merely serve as an amplifier of sorts for the desires of those who come into their possession. If that desire is once swollen fat with rage, one of dominance or revenge, then it is made manifest as a Lucavi. Such was the case with Argath and Bagamna. Conversely, if the wielder's intentions are just, they are rewarded with what can only be described as miracles. Legend provides us with countless tales of the Zodiac braves granting succor to those wounded, or even fallen in battle. This is why history cannot decide on the alignment of the stones' creator. If the being truly hails from some other plane of existence, as Mikoto suggested, then we would be fools to think she might be beholden to the same values that we hold dear. Now, as to what events we saw the High Seraph contained within Mulod in the first place, we would gather there is much room for speculation on the subject, starting with the reason why the Necrohole was exiled to an altogether foreign dimension.
Oh, you're talking about the cute girl who had like left and went to the city, and like you could be like, no, you're not allowed. You're like you could say like, no, go home, or like, it's okay. You can find your way here, and it was a good choice to leave. Yeah.
It's really nice music. What was the Necrohole of Mulod? Several centuries before Delita Hyrule united the lands of Ivalice under a single crown, the realm was ruled by an entity known as the Holy Eudoran Empire. As the empire grew older, so did its ruling class grow ever more corrupt, seizing the wealth of the land for their own, until the weight of their greed became too much for the common man to bear. In answer to the small folks' pleas, did 12 brave men and women rise to stand up against the upper class. Under the leadership of a hero named Azora, the Fellowship declared the Empire enemy of the people, and for their efforts soon came to be known as the Zodiac Braves. While it is not clear if each wielded an Auracite of their own, Azora himself was possessed of talents far beyond those of mortal men, which is why people were calling him, in the original Final Fantasy Tactics, people were calling him the Son of God, because he was very much a Jesus insert. His prognostications earned him the love of the masses, and it was not long before he was declared himself a son of the gods. There we go. By the time the Zodiac Braves' struggle with the Empire had entered its 20th summer, the legions of Azora's followers numbered in the tens of thousands. But then, in a single night, it was done. The imperial capital of Mulod was not only destroyed, but sunk beneath the waves of the very sea upon which the city sat. The Empire was no more. Yet the celebration was short-lived, for Azora had perished in his final assault. Following a period of realm-wide mourning, Azora was elevated to a saint that his efforts might never be forgotten. Thus did the dawn break on a new era. In the other one, there was the Judas guy, as I was mentioning. I forget his name, but he had his own little gospel thing, and like you can read it in Final Fantasy Tactics, and it's like, Azora was supposed to be the son of God, but I knew it was really his Auracite. It was his holy stone. So I like turned on him, and they killed him, and in like his desperate like final like last breath, he called for Ultima, and Ultima destroyed Mulod. So that's the story in Tactics. Amen. Still talking about Persona. Okay, good. I hope you guys have fun with it. I can't wait for it to come out. There were still many questions left unanswered. What terrible magics did Azora unleash to see an entire city vanish from existence? And how did he lose his life? Later, several of the original Zodiac Braves would come forth to express dismay at their leader's decision to invoke forbidden rites of summoning, and that it ultimately was not Azora who saw his people to victory, but a devil to which the hero had sold his soul. Might it be this devil Azora summoned was Ultima? And might it be that upon the realization of their leader's misreckoning, that the remaining Braves joined in exile the city to a plane where the High Seraph might not exert her influence upon Heidelin any longer? But this is merely conjecture. With the Angel of Blood now defeated, we may never know the truth, but you have to admit my theory has some weight, considering all we have learned, no? Who were the Guardians of Mulod? This is purely speculation, but I have reason to believe that they were all companions of Ramza who accompanied the Warrior of Light on his mission to put an end to the Church's machinations. Judging from your decision of the individuals, I would say you encountered Mustadio Bonanza, Agrius Oaks, and Sidolphus Orlando, known by some as the Thunder God, also known as the Great Cid. When we were growing up, it was just TG Cid, and like, they do mention Thunder God like once, but like by the time you're like 10 years old and you're playing and you get him, and it's like, what is TG? So we just called him the Great Cid, and let's be honest, he was the best character in the game. He was OP. So yeah, he's the Great Cid. It's not Thunder God, it's the Great. There you go. That's canon now. The Great Cid. Yeah, exactly. See? It makes perfect sense. It's canon now. Yeah, Alex agrees. Alex knows. It's pretty great. It is. Thanks, Alex. I'm glad. Just Sonic is laughing too. Okay. Phew. Oh, I'm glad people like my 10-year-old jokes. Well, jokes that were when I was 10 years old, so like 20-year-old jokes. Jeez. Mustadio hailed from the clockwork city of Gaug, where he lived with his father. The young machinist joined Ramza in his efforts against the Church of Glabados after being rescued by the hero, and then Ramza worker 6 on him to get punched in the gut. Oh jeez, I need some water. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, I need some water. Ah, a sweet staff of life. Well known for his jovial nature, the self-assured Bonanza was never afraid to let Ramza know when he disapproved of his decisions, and would oft question the hero when he believed there to be a better path. Although Mustadio was a peerless marksman, his true talent was repairing damaged machinery, as one might expect given his formal training. If my ancestors' writings are correct, the iron construct you encountered in Gaug may have been restored by Mustadio himself. Agrius Oaks, on the other hand, was cut from an entirely different cloth than the machinist. An elite holy knight in service to the throne, she was tasked with not only the safeguarding of Princess Obelia, but also the royal heir's education during her time at Orbone, which is hilarious because she, joins Ramza to rescue Obelia, and then, Delita's like, nah, don't rescue her, and instead of, Agrius going, thanks for hanging out with me, Ramza, but I'm gonna go hang out with, the person I was literally charged to protect, she's like, nah, I'm gonna keep going with Ramza. It's fine. It's fine. Good job, Agrius. You question mark. Anyway, upon learning that the Black Lion, Duke Drusmal Goltana, kidnapped her charge, Agrius set off to save the princess, only to learn that Delita had orchestrated the plot. After making her peace with the future king, Agrius pledged her sword to Ramza and his fellowship. Yeah, sure, The Holy Knight has long been a prominent character in Ivalice legend, though her rule has been highly romanticized in the countless retellings of Delita's tale. The Dry Papals, conversely, speak of Agrius as a noble and trustworthy warrior to whom duty came first, which is the duty of just abandoning the princess. She could have protected her from the Delita being a creep to her. Agrius. I love you, Agrius, but nah, man. Nah. Finally, there is Count Sidolphus Orlando, High General of one of the realm's 2 most powerful armies. His unmatched skill on the field of battle earned him both the title Sword Saint and the Great. As you may recall, my ancestor Oran Durai was the Count's adoptive son, and the two worked together to discover the true architects of the War of the Lions, until they were discovered by the Church, stripped of the titles, and sentenced to public execution for crimes of heresy. In the legends, this is where Orlando meets his end. However, my studies would suggest that Sidolphus somehow escaped the headsman's blade and joined Ramza, and just left his son to get burned at the stake? Thanks, Sid! Thanks for letting your son get murdered! Couldn't even save your son? Whatever. See, this is why it's like, a lot of these retcons are like, they're fine, but they kind of don't really hold up. Anyway, the proof, I believe, may lie in the Durai Papers, where Oren writes, and even in his twilight could no warrior best this god of war. Now he's Kratos! Anyway. Not the description one might expect for a man who died while in his prime, I say. Then why didn't he save Oran? Why didn't he, like, carry his son off into the sunset with him? Why did Oran have to get burned to the stake? Oran, please! What? Anyway. The Great Sword Saint. Alteron knows. You got it. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, see, this is what I was saying. It's like these retcons, like, they're not, like, inherently bad, but under, like, an actual microscope, if you scrutinize it, it doesn't really hold up. And a lot of people are like, well, you just don't like it. And it's like, I will then say, like, it's a different story. It's not really a retcon. It's like, it doesn't matter if it's a retcon or not. The point is that the story doesn't hold up anymore. It's not written well because they're trying to fit all this stuff in so that I can be the hero of Ramza's story, and it doesn't work. I'm sorry. Ah!
Well, wasn't that an adventure, Calosa? It's sad to think we must soon part ways, what with all we've been through these past few moons. Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Garlians, Genomus has decided to purchase a permanent berth above Kugane for the Prima Vista. Supposedly, he has already received patrons from hundreds of Geiko and Gainin to join the company. And there's also the matter of my assignment. You'd be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? How do you expect me to write an expose when off battling the forces of evil from beyond the void? Don't you worry, though. A few more weeks and I'll have a draft. Alright, an outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kugane a little while longer. At the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell. But what in the world? There's still one more quest. This is the one that I didn't realize existed for a long while. I hadn't done this quest until, like, Shadowbringers is pretty great. Are you guys gonna say the same stuff? Yeah, it's the same. Get out of here, Ramsay. No one cares. The company Belle has a wicked smile upon her lips, enough so to give you considerable pause before engaging the bacon-loving vixen. Ah, fresh off from your latest adventure. I suppose you are yearning for another quest, and it just so happens I may have something that needs a fetching. Do not dare use the F word around me. Oh, but of course I live to serve. Do you recall that wine my darling husband had you procure for him? You know, the one that with the rose bottle. Well, he positively loved it. So much so, in fact, that he's become obsessed with the vintage and would like to ask you another favor. Go on now, he's standing over yonder. Oh my gods! Benfina, give me strength! I'm not sure I did that one. Yeah, see, Aqua, it doesn't actually appear in New Game Plus until you finish this quest, because it's actually part of it. And see, that's why it was like, well, shouldn't that other one be a side quest? Technically, but also it's actually part of the storyline for some reason. I don't know. Calosa, Genomus told me of all your adventures. The Orborn Monastery, the Necrohol of Mulond, such fantastical sounding locales. Just don't ask me to spell them. Ha ha ha. Ah yes, the Sud Voyage. And what an amazing one it was. I admit, before leaving Golemald, I was worried the Outland vintages would not agree with my palate, but oh, how I was wrong. Not only was the rosé one of the best I've had during my time here, it's one of the best I've had in, well, ever. I simply had to have more, so what do you want for me this time?
I went and purchased an entire crate of the stuff. Ha 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 ha.
How? What? That's like a bazillion gil! How in the world could you afford that?
And I gave him quite the deal, I might add, which is not to say, which it was not easy, seeing as there is great demand for bottles of Sud Voyage throughout the three great continents.
Hancock! Where'd you come from? This guy is going to rip you off!
reserve my judgment on the veracity of Hancock's deal, but even if it were the price double, it would have been more than worth it. Fortunately, I've recently sold an entire collection of my works to a little playhouse in Kogane Dori, the Mujikoza, and I believe they call themselves, these Hingan words do leave my tongue in knots, and scored myself a tidy profit.
So you bought 1 million casks of like a bazillion gills worth of wine?
The price of a single bottle more than a house in mist, you say? Ha! More than a birdhouse, I suppose. Oh, you were serious. Well, then I can inform you that is most definitely not the case. Even during shortages, I've never had to ask more than, say, 20 or 30,000 gil a bottle, 40 if the buyer was wearing silks. You say Master Gege Rouge provided you with this information, did he?
Yeah.
Why, the conniving devil! Well played, you lecherous Lalafell, you! This is terrible! What a terrible thing for him to do! Wait, was that Dalmascan wine we procured for Master Gege Rouge some moons ago in exchange for one of his bottles of Sud Viage?
That was it. Do I want to know about this, Hancock?
Probably not, but I shall enlighten you anyway.
Sounds like you and Hancock made quite the cunning devils, Calosa. Still, I do feel somewhat responsible for this whole mess. As an apology, might I offer you a bottle of vintage Sud Viage? No, of course not. Then, what do you say to a bottle of Damascus? You can exchange it with the bottle you met this Gege Rouge and absolve yourself of all wrongdoings and whatnot.
Why not? Sure.
You are probably wondering where one might find a bottle of genuine Damascus red, considering the hells you had to negotiate simply to find an empty bottle. Well, my distrustful friend is where Hancock comes in.
Hancock went to the same ninja school as Mr. Beatin. It's so true!
It's so true. And if you guys don't understand that joke, you guys should watch the Stormblood Carpenter Quest, because they're great. They're like some of the best ones. I do. Oh yes, I do. I just so happen to have a bottle of Dalmascan wine on my person this very moment. 3, in fact.
3 Dalmascan red wines?
There they are.
Gah! How in the world?
And why do I carry bottles of the rarest wine in Alford on my person, you ask? I am not at liberty to say. If you must know, I acquired them from one of my acquaintances in Rabanastre. Oh, all right, I purchased them from Lady Fran. Is this all that I think it is?
Enough Dalmascan red to keep a banga happy for a long time. Amongst the royal somniers, there was a Viera like Lady Fran. When word came the Garlians were approaching, she ordered the entirety of the royal palace's cellars delivered here when they'd be safe from the Empire. Seeing as how the situation at the palace is what it is, I don't believe anyone would mind Lente's tears using the wine to say, fill the Resistance's coffers.
So what is your
offer?
If this many bottles were to make it to market, the price would fall like a frugal from an oak. I would be ruined.
And here I thought you were a shrewd one. Now if I were to acquire this much wine, I reckon it would only release a few bottles at a time to ensure, maximum profits.
Rinnock, there is no need to be rude to our guest. You told me before that the East Aldernard Trading Company could not provide the Dalmascan resistance with aid as it would not to be good for business.
So, I offer you something that will. Do you
accept?
Not that it transpired anything like that, mind you.
Yeah, sure.
So, would you care to purchase a bottle? I jest. Now take a bottle and consider it my consider it the last you'll get from me.
No.
Take 2 bottles?
All three? That's better.
Enough, Calosa. Poor Hancock looks as if he lost his mistress to a more bowl. 3 bottles is more than fair to see your wounded honor restored.
That sounds about right.
Almost there, you guys, I swear. Think of it this way, Calosa. If you hadn't saved the world from Ultima's bane, the High Seraph would most definitely have destroyed all that wine in the monastery simply out of spite, meaning you're entitled to at least those 3. And if you so desire, you could take one of those bottles back to Costa del Sol and set things straight. Though something tells me Master Gegarushu won't take kindly to you waltzing into his manor, demanding he exchange bottles for no apparent reason. Perhaps you might enlist the aid of that Vintier from Wineport. What was his name again? Shamwow? Shaman? Shamani! Shamani Lomani. Sounds like a plan. Shamwow. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Final Fantasy 14. Where am I going again? Yes, Wineport. Wow. Yeah, a ShamWow reference. Well, technically, this wasn't 2022. This was like 2017? Something like that? 2018?
Wait, did you just say you have in your possession a bottle of genuine Dalmascan Red? By the 12, wherever did you find it?
You really don't want to know.
Amazing, simply amazing. And is it safe to assume that you are here to right a past wrong? One involving a fancy bottle full of falsehoods and fabrications? Well, I am more than willing to help you sort out this sordid mess. If I had said something back then, when I learned you would be trading a bottle of Valence for a mere sous viage, none of us would be in this position in the first place. I shall accompany you to Master Gegarushu's seaside manor and explain to the man that the bottle you gave him had not been stored properly and that we have come to exchange it with one that has. He is certain to believe the claim coming from me, his most trusted supplier.
The girl's just fanning him. Spoiled? Shamani, I am shocked to hear that such careless mistake was made on your watch.
My deepest apologies, Master Gegarushu. I was not made aware of the error until recently, and have since been seeking to procure a replacement, the one I'm comparing today. Would you care to partake in the aroma? I find you will recognize hints of kukuru, cinnamon, and if you hold the goblet just the right angle, freshly cut rosemary. A veritable kaleidoscope of both opulence and refinements, if I do say so. Without question, this bottle most certainly contains none other than Dalmascan Valence.
I shall be the judge of that. Yes. A florid banquet of wooden distinctions, hunkered beneath a rhapsodic veil of undertones and what you said. Yes, this is without a doubt a vintage Leamon. I accept your apology and will allow the exchange.
Yay, we did it!
You two, fetch me the bottle, now! Their glares. Cha-ching! Well, at least we now know that his fanning girls are paid handsomely.
Again, my apologies, Master Gegarushu. I shall endeavor to prevent any similar oversights in the future. You have my word.
Yes, but may I ask, what exactly are your plans for that bottle? This? Why, dispose of it, of course. It is far too foul to even flavor a stew. Then you wouldn't mind if I kept it, would you? Kept it? But why?
Why do you think? There is coin to be made. A little wax around the top, and I can convince my fool colleagues back in Ulda that this is an authentic sealed bottle of Damascus Red. And once the bidding ends, I'll have enough for another wing in my art manor here. Master Kegarushu, knowingly presenting someone with a bottle of wine understood to be of inferior quality. That could be. I could never allow such a thing. Never! What's one little bottle? I'll even give you a cut of the profits. A small cut. Are you trying to steal a blind dude's wine, Gegarushu? What the crap? I said never! And I said ah! Now look what you've done. Ladies, hurry up and collect those pieces. I have some animal glue in the bungalow. Well, and a good day to you too. Rip Gegarushu, but not Rip because he was being a jerk. Oh, and I forgot. I swear this time I do. I have a wind-up Ramza. I swear. He's somewhere around here. Where are you, Ramza? I know you're in here. Do not lie to me like this. No. No, wind up Ramza, why have you forsaken me? No! Wind up, oh wait, I can search! What, Ramza? Shoot, gosh, I'm an idiot. Hey, I found it! I remembered. Thank you, Aqua, I'm an idiot. I realize we've come full circle, Alteron says. My first test stream was of this quest. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, like, I was like, I'm pretty sure, Alteron, you've seen me doing this one. Designed after Ramza Belov, unsung champion of the Evalician legend and not the son of the exiled Majestic Theater Company principal, this mammoth's creation was commissioned by Genomis Sen Lexentale to pay honor to the true hero of the Zodiac Brave story. Put that damnable thing down, Ramsay. You're not helping matters. Genomis Sen Lexentale. There he is. It's in his chapter 1, chapter 2 Squire outfit. Are you gonna do a little dance? Are you gonna do a little twirl? Come on. I believe. Come on, Ramza, I believe! I believe you can do it! Come on. Please, I beg. Grovel. I'm groveling. I'm literally groveling, Ramza. Do your idol. Well, maybe Shamani will talk while he's standing there. No, I can't see him now. All's well that ends well, I suppose. The important thing is that we exchange the bottles. Now, as to how this is all going to affect my future dealings with Master Gegarushu, you let me worry about that. Here you are. What's this? A second bottle of Leamond? For me? You know I cannot accept such a gift. There are literally thousands more where this came from. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I can. Taken from the cache stored in the Orbonne Monastery and discovered by the Dalmascan resistance group Lente's Tears. Thank you again for the wonderful gift. As a distributor of fine wines, rarely am I allowed the luxury of partaking in mine own supply. I should truly enjoy this exception. Perhaps I shall even allow old beer-glainted glass. Half a glass. Here's to hoping it will inspire his winery to even greater heights. Is that another bottle I see sticking its cork from your pack? Gods, those things truly are bottomless, aren't they? Well, as happy as I would be to take it off your hands, I believe there is another far more deserving than I. You'll find poor Dressed where he always is. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, you've seen all this. I thought you did. Yeah, it's the best. This is the best. And this is why it's like, having this part, like, a cute little funny little thing, it makes it so that it's kind of worth having to do the other stuff in between. It makes this a little longer, but what are you gonna do? Hey, Dress, sorry, I just busted in. Why have you come back? There's nothing for you here. There's nothing for any of us. I have something for you, Dressed. That bottle. Where did you... The scent. Home. I'm sorry. I don't deserve this. 'Twas my wife. My wife who always saved the corks. You deserve a little bit of happiness. You think she'd forgive me? If I told her I wasn't coming back? Would my brothers in arms, would they allow me this respite? Maybe it's time I asked to them. They'll all be here soon, just like they are every night. But tonight, I'll have brought them something. Thank you, friend. Thank you. Goodbye, Dressed. I wish I could let him go home. I want him to go home to Dalmasca. It's not fair. Yeah. Secretly? Oh, he's sitting down! No, Ramza! He was doing his thing. I'm sorry, Ramza, I didn't let you do your thing. I think he sits down and he plays with a blade of grass, if I recall. But if I move, he's not gonna do it. But yeah, I kind of like secretly headcanon that Dressed is probably Vaughn. That like, that's when you don't have a main character plot armor, that's probably what you become, let's be honest. Yeah. Gonna do anything, Ramza, please? Come on, Ramsay, I believe! I believe! Oh my gosh. This is the dumbest thing ever. Ah! There he goes. Oh yeah, he plays the grass whistle. That was a scene where he and Elita are like sitting together as like young teenagers, and like they're like, "Do you remember when we used to make grass whistles as kids?" And then they like make little whistles, and it's cute and sad. And then like at some point, like way later on in the game, he does it by himself because he's thinking about Elita, about his best friend, and it's sad. Why have things come to this? Where? Kind of thing. You're back, and far quicker than last time. Everything off with an area hitch then, I presume. That is truly, truly wonderful to hear, and I'm not simply saying that because there's been this nagging in my gut that's been following me since I asked you to fetch me some wine that fateful day. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. I've been told you adventuring types collect them as well. You have completed the quest. Return to Ivalice. Exiting Union quest mode. And, if you want, you can just do this. But I didn't. Maybe I will someday. But today is not that day because I am tired. I'm done with this. We're done. Finally. Ah! Return to Ivalice is like the worst. I'm sorry. I love it, but like, it's the worst. Anyway, so, next time, jeez, we're finally continuing. It's amazing, it's a Christmas miracle, it's a Starlight miracle. We're finally continuing, part 3. The liberation of Alamigo signals the end of an era of tyranny. Here on the cusp of a new age of freedom, her people must decide how they will greet their future and reconcile with their past. What path lies ahead for Elise and her efforts to rebuild the nation? What choices plague Fordola from within her prison cell? And where will Raubon turn now that the dream of his homeland has at last become a reality? Dun dun! Yeah, it's almost 5 a.m. Go to bed. Go. Why are you here? I love you, but no. Go to bed. But yeah, next is Stormblood. It's gonna be Stormblood Part 3, and yeah. The other one you're thinking of, Aqua, we can't do that just yet because partially in the story at some point they're like blah blah blah. Let's talk about this kind of stuff, and then it's like now. It's part of the story. I have a money deal for you, and then that'll start that storyline. And so I'll probably do Hildebrand and that storyline in between 3 and 4. So there we go. Shoo! Anyway, thanks so much, you guys. I'm going to bed. It's late.